All right, viewers, we are in the preparation stages for the championship today. This is the final part of our month-long event, so be sure to stay tuned for the pregame show. The BAA Guardians take on the clan Jade Falcons. All right, viewers, just a couple of minutes until we get the pregame show going. I wanted to make sure that we got the stream link up live and early to make sure everything was working. We will have a best 3 out of 5 today, so you'll see some extended battles, and we'll be playing on Forsaken, Inferno, Stone Rose, Thunder Rift, Forest Valley, Ice Arena, Overlord Knight, and Solaris A. 8 C-bill sets to choose from. If you watched yesterday's stream, the same restrictions as yesterday, and we'll have more coverage upcoming.
Connected. Channel switched.
All right. Welcome to the pre-game coverage of the 3v3 championship. I am Duelist, i.e. the Mechmaster, bringing you the games as only as I can. Okay, the pre-game show. It's just me right now, but we've had confirmations from both teams. Plus, it's the championship. Who doesn't show up for the championship? Okay, here we go. Okay, so here we are on the McMaster site. And let's take a look here. So we have uh, a bit to the detriment of the WR team yesterday. I apologize. We had communication hasn't been ultra good on the map sets this past weekend, but they were planning for the other set. This one, we're planning for 5 best-of-5 maps in the final round, so I figured it was best to bring up new maps and new sea bills. So, Forsaken, small, desert, Inferno, large, hot, Stone Rose, medium temperature, desert, and all of those are long range, uh, capable, except I would Forsaken is probably short range most of the time because it's just simpler. TC Thunder Rift needs no introduction. TSA Forest Valley. I played that one yesterday. I played yesterday. It was an interesting experience. Anyway, Forest Valley, long range, trees and sniping. Ice Arena, really no explanation needed there. Just a small map that plays big. Overlord Knight probably won't get played today. I love it. It's a Emmy lightsaber map. I love playing on it. But after yesterday's experience, I think players will be painting that pretty quick. And then TSA Solaris A is, well, exactly as it sounds. It's Solaris Arena map. Just kind of a circle and stuff. Now, the Seabill pools down here. So the Seabill pools are primarily light, medium, and heavy, about 3 in each category. And the way that this works is flip a coin, and and team captain 1 goes, okay, well, we'll start with maps. I'm going to ban maps 1, 2, and 3. The next player comes in, and the other team comes in and says, okay, we're going to ban maps 4, 5, and 6. And then the other team comes in and they ban map 7. So we play map 8. And then C-Bill pools, okay, the second team goes, okay, I'm banning sets 1 through 3. The other team goes, okay, I'm banning sets 4 through 6. And the first team comes back in and says, okay, well, I'm going to ban set 7. I'm going to play set 8. So pilot number 1 for each team can use 164,000 C-Bills. Pilot number 2, 77,000. Pilot number 3, 65,000. And we're going to play on Thursday. Team 1 loses that battle, so team 1 comes in and says, I'm going to ban C-Bill set number 7. And then the team that lost comes in and says, okay, well, I'm going to play TC Thunder Rift with C-Bill set 1, 52,000, 43,000, 40,000. And we go doing that until a team wins 3 of the 5 maps. If there's a tie in a map, we play an additional map. And that's how that works. So today we've had a round robin. Each of the teams have had to battle the round robin, where they played each of the 8 teams that entered the tournament once, and then that was over the first 2 weekends, and then on the third last weekend and this weekend, the top 4 teams come in and play. The top 4 teams come in and play in a single elimination bracket, as you can see here, and that's what we did last weekend. What we did last weekend. The BAA Guardians beat Mostly Heartless. That's how they got here in the finals. 2-0. Falcons Guards won 2-1 against WR. That's how they got here. Yesterday we played Mostly Heartless and Wolverines Reborked in the 3rd place game, and today we played the championship. So it'll be best 3 out of 5, and we'll have lots of coverage. The BAA team has a little bit of infamy already, utilizing some extremely well thought out lists that have come out and worked, and they did very well in the round robin. We had a close race between Wolverines Reborked and the BAA team for first place. But in the end, I think it came down to the head-to-head battle. It was very close, but on our posting system here, you can see that the top 4 teams were all within 2 points of each other, and that the top score was incredible for both of these, and that it was this that made the difference there. So you're going to see seed-wise from the round robin, the 1 team through the 3 versus the 3rd seed, 1st seed versus 3rd seed. But the Falcon Guards had to go through the number 2 seed to get here, and that is something that definitely shows that they belong in here. All 4 of the teams that made the top 4 are very capable teams, and definitely deserve to be out here. So anyway, that's about it, I suppose, for the initial part of the post-game show. We still have some more coverage we can show you. I would show you some of the maps, but our servers being booted up. And so, that's a good one. Let me see here, actually. Are any of the maps available on the public servers? Yeah, actually. Alright, why don't we hop in, I'll show you TC Forsaken. I'll hop in and show you the maps that I'm able to on the public servers while we wait for our pilots to get in here and get everything set up. I'm hoping for a well-run ship today. Yesterday, we had a couple bumps in the road due to some unforeseen circumstances, but we got through them. And the supervisor, Direwolf, yesterday did an excellent job keeping us moving through everything. And today I'll be handling the supervising aspect of things, as Direwolf will most likely be playing. But this is TC Forsaken. That's a center base. Well, we're at center. And as you can see, visibility is a bit low due to the winds and the rolling fog. This is the center base. It's a pretty small map. If you start working the edges with all of the visibility issues, it can play rather big. And this was played yesterday. Ended up fighting a really good battle right about here on the map. And the two teams start off in the corners of the map. See some players here in the training server. The two teams start off on the corners of the map. And you can just barely see that the center HPG firing off there. We've started to see some of the players show up, which is always a good sign. We're scheduled to begin preparations in 5 minutes. And it looks like these two players will be probably fighting soon over that. So this is TC Forsaken. And I just realized that after all this time playing on this map for many years, that if you look up for where the HPGs are, you can kind of easily find your way towards center. And the fog doesn't really, you don't think it's going to affect you much until you get down into it. And as you see, we're down at surface level. We're in a couple hundred meters out. It gets interesting. And if you're fighting in a 3v3 where you're likely radar cold for the vast majority of the map, you're going to be having a hard time seeing. Anyway, let's just sit back and maybe watch somebody battle here. Maybe somebody will battle here soon. So I set up a few technical things here, audience. We're gonna have up to 5 maps today, and there'll be probably about hopefully gunning for somewhere around 15 to 20 minutes in between in between. Probably gunning for about 15 to 20 minutes in between the stuff. And I'm just trying to figure something out here that is a bit weird. That it seems my backup camera is not picking up audio, which is mind-boggling. So, in tonight's battles, we know on the BAA team they're going to have Batuta, Raven, I believe, and of course the player himself, BAA. And on the other side, they're going to have Liko, definitely, and then I would assume Direwolf. And I see Jamek up there, so that is probably going to be their contingent. Ah, okay. I see. I see what's going on here. Okay. The audio won't pick up on it unless it's a very loud sound, because Living Legends is a loud game. I think we'll just have to let this one go on the backup camera for now. Well, here we are at the start time. hoping that we're going to be ready to go early, ready to go often. Let's go ahead and leave that up a second, and I don't know, put the star map on there just for the goodness. $30-minute delay. No, 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 no. That's a 30-minute delay. Oh my goodness. Exactly what we don't want to have on championship weekend. All right, well, let's just keep the stream going. I do not want to delay this, but I'm just reading in the hot sheets that for some reason one of the teams is not ready, and well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I suppose. So I need to figure out how to keep a stream going for 30 minutes. Well, why don't we just do a map series? So let's call this the pregame show. Let's call this the pregame show, and let's go ahead and take a look at the maps again. It looks like we're going to have a delay to start this. Something would absolutely like to avoid, but something that unfortunately we might not be able to. So I'm gonna go in and just quick tell the players.
Channel switched. Channel switched.
Time to see if this is still set.
Channel switched.
All right, well, let's begin our map series, shall we? Let's start by taking a look here. I'm going to look, we've already looked at Forsaken a little bit. We're taking a look here at map 6, Ice Arena. We have the server up. That's a start. Maybe I should do some battles. Grab the players that are here and do some opening battles. All right. So this is TSA Ice Arena. McMaster, you say? Surely you mean Golden Rocks. Well, it looks like a mini Golden Rocks, and it plays like a mini Golden Rocks, but it seems more stable than Golden Rocks. Love Golden Rocks, but that map, for some reason, was just always... I'm not sure how they take care of that in the 31st century, Roach. I'll have to look that up sometime. That's a very interesting question, because they have some long battles going on in the Mechwarrior lore. So we do have 3 players up there. Okay. All right, viewers, players here. So let's get our players in and let's get this started. Anyway,
Channel switched.
just checking that this is actually Direwolf and not some clone
Yes.
of Direwolf. All right.
No, it is me.
Sorry,
I was.
we had a bit of a replicant thing on Hephaestus 4 recently, so I had to ask.
Wait.
Channel switched.
All right, viewers, the team captains are responding and coming in. I have a clock in front of me for once, a timer for the first time in 7 years. We actually have a timer in front, which is good. I mean, we keep time via the in-game timer, but it's always a good idea to have backup. Okay, so not much else to see with Golden Rocks. It's big, it's cold. It can take a while to find your enemy, so bring your Gekum or your BHP certainly, and be interesting to see somebody bring battle armor on that today. Now that somebody's actually brought battle armor in the tournament once, maybe that opens the gates. All right, let's. Yesterday on the stream, you saw a lot of these maps, so why don't we take a look at TC Inferno while we wait here. All right, so TC Inferno, pretty common map because it's a stock map. You'll, if you've played Living Legends before, you're probably familiar with it. But in terms of the stuff and other stuff, okay, so looks like we've got two. Looks like we've got everybody except the captains, but they're slowly arriving themselves. So we will come in and take care of this. So again, if you're joining us, this has been the 3v3 championship pregame show. We'll be hopefully starting here relatively soon, and we will be trying, after a long time of 4 weekends battling, to crown a champion. The teams will be BAA Guardians versus the clan Jade Falcon. Strikers? Something like that. First Falcon Guards. I think it's the First Falcon Guards. And we've been here for 41 minutes. So, not too bad. Okay, so the next map up in our pre-game show series is TC Inferno. We have not played this in the 3v3 in a very long time. Personally, I'd prefer to play the old version, to TSA Inferno, but it's old, so it doesn't support all the things that with which we would want to need. Okay, so let's take a look at this once the map resets here. Thank you for joining us. You know, if they have lasers on those mechs, I'd imagine, to answer your question, Roach, that honestly you could probably just like use a laser to take care of removing that stuff. So yeah, that would be my answer, that they use some sort of laser system under the chair. Probably the same thing for trash when they eat their 31st century snacks. Okay, so this is TC Inferno, and Chaos March rules prevail, so you are allowed to spawn at those two side bases. If those are still allowed, each team gets one. You don't want to fall in lava, and that's why this has not been in the 3v3 rotation very often in the prior tournaments, because somebody falls into lava. Now, Mechwarrior, you can fall in lava in the volcano on jungle, and it has happened in the 3v3 and in an important battle. Yes. Well, we learned our lesson from that. Extremely hot. Not extremity hot, but still very hot. You're going to be bringing ammunition-based things here, or you're going to really be watching your heat with the laser weapons. And as you can see, dominant feature here is this center mountain, shall we say, and that's where, in a lot of the battles on this take place, you'll usually see the center area be the battle area. Unless the teams end up fighting, coming along the edge here to be stealthy, then you'll start to see some battles happen in strange places. The interesting thing about all of this, of course, is how the lava affects your movement. And you memorize, after a while, you play this enough, you memorize how to get around. But certainly when you start having a battle, and if you're jump jetting around or trying to get away from the enemy, and what seems like solid ground, and I'm battling, okay, I'm getting away from my enemy, oh no, you're gonna have a bad day. It's not impossible to get out of the lava if you step into a small one like that, but more times than not, it's roast mech. So, okay, that's Inferno. I don't think I can change the map again so quickly. That's a setting we might want to request eventually for the tournament servers to be able to do the map vote once every little bit. See, it's going to tell me probably most likely. Yep, see right there, 330 seconds. So I think it's all right. But what we can do is go to Arena 3. There. And so we'll just do a quick map series. We're going to run. We're still running all right on time. This always takes a little bit to get set up. And luckily I was on top of things in the chat. I'll tell everybody a story involving what happens when one of the tournament organizers doesn't follow the chat. Things get interesting. So we have everybody. Looks like we're accounted for everybody except for one player, and they probably should be on their way. And if not, it is technically a Merc team, but I'd rather not think about that because of recent experiences. Okay, so next up on our tour is TC Thunder Rift. Here's what you need to know. It has a little center base now, so the river runs through it. Oh! Otherwise, it's the TC Thunder Rift that you know and love. Bridges to play high or low, water to cool you off, and if you don't bring Gecko, if you don't bring radar, it can take a little bit of time to find your enemy, and you can jump snipe, you can brawl. You can long range it. Not really much more to say. The two teams start down these paths and have three different areas to go. You can go left, right, or mid, and the battles usually take place in these little bases or near them. Okay, that's Thunder Rift. Good. We're covering some maps here. So let's see what else we've got left up here. Thunder Rift. Inferno, Stone Rose. Why don't we take a look at Forest Valley? So let's go load map, and let's go with Forest Valley. Okay, we've got the team captains here. We're just waiting on the last player to come in. Forest Valley probably isn't actually in this list of voting. Clear Cut, Overlord Knight. Let's load Overlord Knight. That wasn't fast enough. There! We're ready to start. Alright, so right before we begin, let's get in and review the rules real quick. Each team has up to 15 minutes to destroy their enemy. If they do not destroy their enemy, tie-breaking rules come into effect. You must win 3 of 5 to be the champion, and once one of these limiters is selected, it can't be used again. Simple enough. It turns into other things, but we'll go from there.
Channel switched.
All right, welcome.
Let's
Let's not call this a drop calculator. Let's call this a battle log assistant and striking box.
Okay.
All right. I'll be supervising today since Dyer will be playing for you. Best 3 out of 5. New map set, 15-minute time limit on matches. If you want to bring an APC, you can bring it one time only. And if you do, it's 3 lives, the cost of a normal APC, and you can reload ammo from it. But the BA has to spawn from the APC only, and then it's not a carrying asset, but it lasts for the full 15 minutes. So the BA has 15 minutes, whatever's left in the match, to try and make the kills. And I think that's it. And ammo is always included. Ammo is free. Ammo is included in the mech price. All right.
Channel switched.
Okay, welcome. We're gonna be using one of the features of the drop calcs today for the striking records. So we'll still be using in-game chat to handle the striking, but these will be here for assisting with battle reports or with trying to keep track of what's already been used. Welcome. Congratulations on making the championship. I'll be your supervisor today since Dyer will be playing for the other team. It'll be best 3 out of 5. A couple of small rules, updates, 15-minute time limit. If we go over, there are tie-breaking rules. I'll Battle armor can be used once per tournament. The only way to use a battle armor is to use you get one APC. So if you use it on map 1, you can't bring battle armor in the rest. And the way that it works is the battle armor has to always spawn from the APC. It can't spawn from a Hephaestus or from the main base. And the battle armor gets 3 total lives. And the battle armor, as long as the battle armor has the full round time to try and kill everything. So if the battle armor is the last thing alive, the match continues. But if time runs out, the battle armor does not count as what we call carrying. So in the tie-breaking rules, if time runs out, the battle armor would not count towards your list of up to things to break the tie. And the APC, and you can reload ammo from the APC, and the cost of the battle armor is the cost of the APC in game. Ammo is always included in duelist events, so you don't have to account for the price. So the price of the mech automatically buys you the ammunition for that. And we're using a new map set and a new C-bill set for today. So that information can be found in that calc. It can be found there, and it can be found on the challenge bracket as well. And up for grabs today is first place or second place. I'll get us started in a second. I just wanted to get everybody those updates. We'll be on server number 2, Arena 2, Password Fortune.
Channel switched.
All right, Password Fortune, Hello. Arena number 2. The BAA team is the 1 seed. You are the 3 seed. Congratulations on making it here, and good luck to your team today. I'm going to so they're going to get the coin flip, and then we'll get started. And Dyer, real quick, remind me how the striking process yesterday, was it 2-3-2?
Yes, you told me it was 2-3-2. 2-3-2, so that's what we're doing. Yeah.
Okay.
Channel switched.
All right, BAA captain. I have heads or tails.
2 heads.
Okay, it is heads, and so let's spawn in game, and from there you'll start the striking process. You'll strike 2 maps. They'll strike 3, and then that's how we'll select our map. And then, yep.
All right, my attention is now full time.
Okay. So
we won the coin toss.
Yeah, I know. I called the coin toss.
So spawn in when you're ready to the Arena 2 game server, Password Fortune, and you're going to use the in-game chat to select 2 map bands from the 8 available. And that information can be found in the Mechmaster link, the challenge link, or the drop calc link in the team chat. Okay, viewers.
So I see what's going on here. Got it.
Looks like we're slowly getting ready to get started. Whoa. Didn't want that to show up. All right, no more web browser. No more web browser.
All right, so I think we're gonna make the first ban is gonna be, let's ban C-bill number 5, and let's also
we're starting with maps first.
Starting with maps, okay.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Don't forget, Lico likes small C-bill numbers.
I know. I do too. Regardless, we're gonna ban Stoned Rose and Forest Valley.
Okay. Now the Falcons will ban 3 maps. Thank you all for joining us at pretty early hours, and I'll try and get everybody out of here as quickly as possible while still allowing your teams enough time to strategize. Now, this is the team that successfully took a long tom on Hell's Gate
Damn.
and low gravity and won by virtually collapsing a bridge over the enemy team. It was quite the sight to behold, and certainly is going to be in our final event post-game report. Okay, viewers, it'll be a best 3 out of 5 today, and this is the slow part. Usually after this, if there's not a tie, we usually can move relatively quickly. If you're waiting for the battle itself, I would say 15-20 minutes, right around there on the time. And right now, we can probably go back to the web browser so we can follow this along. All right. Okay, so now BAA team, you now get to select the map we're going to play from TC Forsaken, Overlord Knight, or Solaris A.
Please not Overlord.
We're going
Please
Overlord.
not
What
Overlord.
that map is.
It is a height map port of a Mechwarrior 4 map with no textures. Like
Oh, I know what that one is. I
it,
think I know exactly what that one is.
there are quote unquote buildings, but they're just like terrain geometry. So it's just like building shaped mountains.
I don't even know exactly what that is.
Let's play it.
I think we're gonna play Solaris Alpha.
Okay. I don't even know what that is. But,
I don't know either, so let's find out.
You have chosen wisely.
Death.
How did you manage that? Were you on top of me?
Yes.
All right, then the Falcons will ban 2 Seabill sets. Then you'll ban 3 Seabill sets. Then they'll ban 2 once the map changes.
I do not have this map.
Ah, yes. Breadbasket, kind of.
Oh, this fucking map. I
Duff
know
map.
this map. This is
One
a
of
silly map.
a friend of Living
Oh,
Legends.
I know exactly
certainly,
what kind of map this
and,
is.
that was a sad
I know
day
exactly
when we
what I want to
heard-
do, depending on what the picks are.
Heard
I
about
probably have an idea.
Duff passing away.
What do you
one of
wanna
the
do?
Great
What do you
Ghost
wanna do?
Bears.
Let me tell you
One of
this.
the great map makers. It's wonderful that we still have his maps to play.
On this map.
And
Yeah,
one of
just
these
from old
days, I'm going
peaks,
to
sir.
invite Ghost Bear into one of these
You-
tournaments. We're gonna
Depending, we might try, since we get more chances in case we fuck up, because of the best of 5. I might actually.
BAA bans 2 bills. Oh, sorry. You're gonna ban 3, but not yet. Yep. on my stream, I've just muted the TeamSpeak channel, so it's so you guys aren't you don't have to worry about that. Okay, they ban C-bill sets 7 and 8. You get to ban three C-bill sets in game chat. Oh, sorry. You get to ban one more as well. Okay, viewers, we're just working on the last part of this. I think the question in the video chat was, do Mechwarrior pilots ever have to go to the bathroom in their mechs, and if so, how does it work? And my answer was, I think that they use a medium laser underneath the chair to handle removing trash and other items. Okay, I'm going to start putting a timer on these ban sessions and trying to make sure they keep under 10 minutes if I can. It's important decisions. I don't want to rush the teams, but yesterday we ended up with some marathons. I've got it muted, so don't worry about it. Send me a link to your stream when you get a chance. Yes, we're in preparations. The initial striking can sometimes take a little while. Alternate coverage today, provided by alternate coverage from viewpoint of one of the commanders. Can be found there on Twitch to complement our coverage here as well. So that'll be available. I'll probably be eye in the sky, and we'll have some commentary here. And I think on the other stream that you'll hear some of the stuff they're doing on the other thing. And okay, so. All right, so I've got this muted again, but for record-keeping purposes, can you tell me which 3 things you're using, please? Yeah, nope. No problem. This one will be archived there as well. So all right, viewers, just doing supervising things for a minute. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the map. Solaris A. No, I have team chat team speak is muted. So for record keeping purposes, I'm hearing a Uziel Prime, Kit Fox Prime, and some type of Argus. Okay. Yeah. All right. Those all fit. I certify both teams are set, and I'll get you a start time here in a second. Okay, so the map is Solaris A. What do we say about Solaris A? You can fight long range, you can fight medium range, you can fight short range. You generally see medium range to short range here. If you go medium range, you step on top of one of the plateaus and shoot down. If you go short range, well, that can work too, but generally you head towards center and fight inside of here. This map doesn't get played in pubs. I'd like to see it more in pubs because it's a very nice basic map, but it fools you with its with how complex it is. And so let's take a look here. We are pretty much set to go here, so we're gonna go at 3700. And I have to spawn in to do this, which is kind of a little bit frustrating. Hi, welcome. Alright, looks like the battle's about to be underway. TSA Solaris Alpha. Okay, viewers. We've got a Uzil Prime, Argus Prime, and Kit Fox Prime for the Falcons. Jump jets, of course, on the Uzil. This is the opening battle of the 3v3 championship between BAA Guardians and the clan Jade Falcon. Either the first strikers or the guards. We'll have to get back to you on the full name of the team. Against them is a Ryokan Golf, Regulator Golf, and Hephaestus Golf. On the alternate coverage, we'll be following directly behind Batuta. The teams are Direwolf, Jamek, and Liko for the Falcons, and Raven, Batuta, and their captain, BAA himself. Dead Salmon, do you want to provide some commentary on the live stream?
This building, and it seems both teams are aware of what the other team wants to do. So I think this should be a good match.
The BAA team, the number 1 seed, the Falcons, the number 3 seed, an extremely competitive top 4. So it doesn't matter what seed you are, you've got a good chance of coming in and winning. The arrow regulator is meme central, I believe, and especially if he flips the thing, which thank goodness he doesn't.
That's a laser regulator.
Ah,
That's the triple large laser. Right.
yes, then that's not so much a meme as a good underbuy. I think that's the term, underbuy.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get this camera working. Looks like we're about to have some contact potentially. Falcons know where they want to go, and they might have picked something up. Neither team has radar except for the Hephaestus for the BAA team, and that's just Gekum. If they detect, I think that we're going to have contact here, and I think that Direwolf's Uzil could be pretty useful. And here we go. Fire being exchanged. And we move in. Let's get to the blimp cam. Teams run into each other. And the Falcons going fast and hard. And the BAA team ready to receive them. A lot of armor here for the Falcons. BAA team probably wants to fight at a bit more range than this, so let's see if they can get some distance created. There we go. Missiles starting to work now. Falcon's just continuing to charge, and looks like Lico's shielding a bit of damage now. And well, BA8.
I think that
some distance.
that trade came out better for the Falcons, but it'll be interesting to see how that flanking regulator does here.
And here we go. The Falcons continuing to chase them down, and this might be the strategy that the Guardians want the Falcons to do, to focus completely on that and try to get some backs out with the regulator. But I'm not sure that Bloodraven and Batuta can take the 3-on-2 full barrage. Let's find out. I think we're going to have the end of our battle coming up here soon. Batuta really taking a lot of damage, not in range to utilize his primary weapons.
There's the first
Batuta.
down.
And
Now it's 2 hovers.
Yep, they're going to have to hit hard and often, and this match might go on for a while because you don't want to take hits in those hovers.
I could see the Falcons putting their backs to a wall and covering all angles here. Yeah, not good. Direwolf taking shots to the back.
We're being joined for this battle by Dead Salmon, one of the pilots for the Falcons, who's participated in a lot of their fights, especially on the first weekend.
BAA flips himself. Let's see if he can get back over. There he goes. Yeah, I think that the Falcons are going to turn to engage Bashar now, but Direwolf's not looking so hot. Yep, looks like they're backing up into an area where they can cover their sight lines. BAA taking some hits. Takes an arm off Lico, though. Maybe Lico chasing here is a mistake. Chimuk getting up close and that's game. No problem. It's been fun. I'm gonna hop back over into the Falcon channel.
User left your channel.
Wow, that was close. All right. It is 1-0. BAA Guardians. BAA Guardians ban a single map or C bill set. Yes, that was a range list that ended up working well at close range and impressive. I'm not. I'm not sure how Bloodraven got that up there, but hats off. That does not look easy. 1% torso and but still 88% internals. That was excellent coordination by the Guardians, adapting their strategy a little bit to make that work. And the Falcons had choices to make, and ultimately a very, very, very close battle. But the Guardians up 1-0. Okay, viewers, let's check out the challenge bracket and let's get that updated. Championship match. Report scores. BAA Guardians 1-0. All right. Okay, we're just waiting on the Falcons to make their decision. All right. I'm going to play C-Bill set 1 on Forsaken. See, Bill set one on Forsaken. So that's 52,000. All right, so we took a look at Forsaken in the pregame show. Desert map. There you go. TC Forsaken. All right. Let's go take a look around here. All right, let's go take a look around. Well, if you're the Falcons, you're wondering yet another novel approach from the Guardians. They're going to probably try something else that they've prepared for us. Well, it's a list that we can play to our strengths, adapt to the challenges of the map, but also guard against, well, the Guardians. This is a tank-friendly map as long as you don't get stuck. And if you get in the water, you can cool off pretty decently. But you can jump snipe here pretty well. You can fight brawl. It really, you can do just about anything on here. You need to make sure you have radar though, because the visibility is a little bit. So the BAA Guardians team will start here, and they can go left, they can go right. We'll cover that in a minute. More than likely, they're going to head towards here, at least enough to get information, and following that approach. Oh, you're welcome, Ronaldo. Glad you're watching. And I always have a hard time finding both bases on this map, but it's a similar approach. Okay, here's the Falcons approach. So the Falcons will come out here and come out to here. Now, what about the edges of the map, you may ask? All right, well, some of this is out of bounds, some isn't, but you can approach the edge of the map or go to the sides of the map and have some stealth, have some sniping ability, have some long range ability. So an option for the Guardians, for example, they could come out here and then maybe say the Falcon team somewhere in there. They can bring their mech and they can snipe, maybe jump jet or just run, get into cover, snipe again, run, get into cover. And the Falcons would have to respond either by getting into cover and sitting there or approaching. And while they would have the ability to move from pillar to pillar, it provides a lot of cover for the sniping team as well. So that's an option. And even if you want to go missiles, I found a good spot on this if it's not out of bounds yesterday, to fire missiles off. So really, if you're careful, you can utilize any strategy you want. The main thing that you end up having to be careful of, right here was the missile spot. You could stick a mech here and have pretty good coverage. You have to be careful about tanks getting stuck. It's not too much of a problem just in general. And then you have to be careful of the pillars getting in the way of whatever strategy that you'll be utilizing. So I am providing commentary as we have the ability to do so today, and we'll try to bring in a couple of special guests as we go along. I am trying the best I can to I would love to sit in on the team channels and listen in, but being the neutral, shall we say, live stream, I'm trying to let the teams do their thing, and we'll find out in real time as the battle happens. The hyper pulse generator links, and we'll leave you with a overhead view as I get ready to figure out what the captains are going to end up doing. So I'll go over here on the backup cam, quick spawn in, and duelist. Can you please tell me real quick the 3 assets you're using? What was that last one again? Okay. And what 3 assets are you guys using? Just double checking, the limits are 49k, 43, and 40. $52, 43. Okay. Fif- 52, 52, 43, 40. Okay, I just had a typo, that's all. All right, you're both within the limits. Okay, we're going to AUG at 42. All right. All right, so C-bill limits 52, 43, 40, and we are AUG. All right, we're underway. Let's follow. All right. Okay, here we go. Chevalier Fox, Chimera Echo, Hephaestus Echo versus Anubis Echo, Harasser Delta, Solitaire C. Let's see here. Flamers for the Guardians team. The Falcons are utilizing LBXs and short-range laser weapons. Huh, surprised we never listed the speed of mechs on the drop calc. It's not a half bad idea to add that. Following on the second camera, the Guardians up 1-0. Following on the primary camera, the Falcons. Visibility is going to get interesting. Visibility is going to get interesting here, Dead Salmon.
Yeah, it should be interesting because Clan Jade Falcon has about an entire mech's worth of armor more than Team BAA.
Now, thankfully, both teams have brought Gekum, and in the case of the Falcons, they have Gekum and BAPS, so the low visibility won't be too much of an issue.
I really think that's going to be critical here because it seems like Team BAA is going for a bit of an ambush. So if the Falcons can see it coming, they can turn and face, and that's not going to be super great for the Republic Guardians.
It'll be interesting that when you use flamers, it heats yourself. You're heating yourself up as well, and in order for that to work, you need the flamers to work all at once without overheating yourself. And the Falcons actually have pretty good heat sinks, but here goes the battle.
Yep, the BAA is going to be peeking, and oh my goodness, that's going to be interesting.
Thing is, you have to make the kill. You can't just shut it down.
I think that Batuta's going to go down here.
Welcome, Dare. Glad you're able to join us.
And it looks like Jabuk's coming back online. Oh, there goes one mech, but it's critical. That could be bad. It looks like that's going to separate Liko.
Well, it takes out. Oh my goodness!
Jabuk's arm. Yeah.
It looks like 12th VR is playing because the crit takes out another mech.
Oh lord. Now it's just Blood Raven, who shut down Liko, but is facing the LB-10 Chevy, which is not good because of the modifiers on the Chevy.
Oh my! That was a pretty quick battle.
Yeah. I did not know that was the flamer list. Okay then.
Their backup weapons were 6 SRM-2 and a medium pulse laser. The Chimera was 13% left. The Hephaestus was 3% left. And the Chevy is fresh, so...
Yeah. Which is funny because the Chevalier was supposed to be the tank, I think.
Okay. Yep. Oh, actually, that would be better. Yeah. Okay, viewers, let's call it an extended halftime. Real life happens. The BAA Guardian teams is a mercenary team, and while they've played together for the past month, they do not have any alternate players available, and they would like to obviously play full power for the championship. And you don't want to, and their strategies explicitly require lots and lots of their strategies require lots and lots of coordination. So we're going to grant them a 45-minute break in action. So again, this is going to be just random play. And why glory? Mirage. So again, we are in halftime while we wait for a player to do something in real life. For now, we will play some random matches. Okay, viewers, this is going to be a long stream. I hope that everything in real life is okay with the Guardians member, and we hope that they're able to take care of that. If they're able to rejoin us, that'll be a bonus, but real life things need to take precedence. So let's take a look now at where we stand. Our current score is 1-1. Each team tied up in a best 3 out of 5 here in the, shall we call it, halftime show. The teams want to do their thing playing, so I'll sit back and let them organize themselves. I'll try to have a good halftime show for you this year. In the meantime, we've played TSA Solaris Arena on Seabill Set 4. BAA team utilized a tight strategy of shooting mechs in the back with fast hovercraft, and were able to turn things around pretty quickly and able to get that victory. And then on the second map, they came in and wanted to have some fun, and also a strategy that might have worked. They did shut down a mech. They brought flamers, speedy assets against some pretty heavily armored assets, and it didn't end up working out for them victory-wise, but they ended up having fun as it was. And so we are going to bring you something that would have been right out of the Chaos March minigames, where two teams decide to go and bring some, shall we say, interesting things. So I think that I have been informed this is going to be artillery pieces against artillery pieces, and so we will get out of the way and let the teams do their things. And since it's halftime, maybe even I can sit back and grab some lunch, perhaps. In fact, that's a really good idea. All right, viewers, so I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'm going to leave the camera enabled for both teams, and I'll let Direwolf take care of the on-the-field action. So again, we are in halftime. Okay, we'll step away for a minute and enjoy the battle. If you're here for the primary 3v3 games, again, we are experiencing a delay due to a real life kind of a real life situation coming up for a player that we need to be able to play, preferably in order to continue. So we're going to go to our halftime show right now, and let's just go ahead and follow one of the mechs, and I'm going to go grab some lunch. All right, viewers. Again, we're in halftime show. Let's let them battle and see what ends up happening. Camera needs to be a BA in the middle of the action. All right. Teams are providing entertainment. And there you go. Ronaldo, live action from the field. Okay. Perhaps. We've done battles before in the in official events before with the artillery pieces, and I've actually had one of the most glorious match if you were on the Long Tom team, and not so glorious match if you were on my team. We had 3 Long Toms at once on TSA Sandblasted, in one of the craziest matches I've ever had the privilege to take part in. So halftime show. Trying to figure out. Seems like the teams might be might be thinking up something new. Let's find out. Dead Salmon trying to give Batuta a chance to do battle here. can't find the one that I want. We've done a full-blown battle on Refinery, like a full 20 or 30-minute battle, nothing but battle armors on that map that I linked there. That particular one, though, I think is pretty old. I just can't find the I can't find in the 5 years of videos on here. I can't find the specific one I want. But we've done back way a long time ago. We've done that situation there. So yes, combined arms. Certainly could see lots of stuff. So anyway, I think that they're working on playing a more traditional 3v3 coming up, using some limits as the halftime show continues. Again, if you're just joining in, we're going to try to resume map 3 of the championship here in about 20 minutes or so. So it looks like we're going to play a 3v3 exhibition battle here in the halftime show on TSA Mirage. Direwolf, I think, is taking care of their assignments and C-bills. So we'll see a battle. The map, TSA Mirage. If you ever play this map, I'll show you where to go. If I can find it easily enough. See here, go up the path, come down here, go over here, way over here, and okay, so it's up here, and go up there, should be able to barely make it, and then look at this, you've got a whole new map that you didn't even know existed. I think that's out of bounds off that edge right there, but now you can fight anywhere along the upper level of the map. Very few people know about this. It's been utilized in competitive strategy before, and it makes an otherwise short to medium range map turn into just about any strategy you want to utilize. Particularly jump sniping can get pretty good here. And the green summoner looked like it was made of jade. Ha! That's a good one. The Falcons have the traditional green color for their paint job, and yes, some of the paint jobs, and I think you can drop down. I think it drops down to about here, so you can go anywhere that we just traveled up and over. And of course, you have jump jets. You can get up there easily, but you'd be surprised how often people don't take jump jets on this map, and so that can be a good strategy. Yes, some of the camouflages in this game are very well put together, and certainly are rather visceral. More traditionally, though, on this map, you'll just end up coming out of your base along this road. More traditionally, you'll come along, you'll just follow the road. Jump sniping, you usually use about 600 to 900 meter range. You can go a little bit further out with a 1200 meter, but it can get hard to see. So you can use things like PPCs that have 700 meter to range, or ER PPC 900 meter range, Gauss Cannon 900 meter range, LBX5 900 meter range. And you just have to, when you jump snipe, you just have to watch your heat because the jump jets can get hot, and you have to, your mech shakes on the way up, and then you get to the top, up here, and you fire off. Say there's a mech right there. We jump up, fire on the mech, and we come back down. We cool off, do the same thing again. Shake, shake, shake. Come to the peak, and fire. And let's see here. For the halftime show, we have Dead Salmon in Commando, lasers, Batuta, and a Mars 100-ton tank. I think they're deciding on their third asset. Maybe they're going to fly in this one. Yep, they're going to fly. So BAA is taking a Shiva with large lasers or PPCs. Hard to tell there. It's looks like the battle's about to be joined again. This is the halftime show. We had a real life situation happen for one of our pilots that we are unable to easily replace. It's critical to the BAA Guardians team strategies. So we are in about 15 more minutes of a halftime show that we're going to try and hope to that the real life situation is under control and see if we can get that player back, and if not, we'll still get the 3v3 underway. So 2 Fafnirs. These are support weapons, but those 2 weapons inside the torso are the hardest hitting things in game. Their specialty are heavy Gauss cannons, but then you'll also see other just about any crazy things that you can fit in there. LBX-20s, light Gauss, and both team brought a commando. So my understanding is that they're doing C-bill sets. My understanding is that they're doing C-bill sets, and that they're emulating to an extent some aspects of the 3v3, but they're out here to relax and have some fun while providing this year's halftime show, as we'll call it. So again, if you're here for the championship itself, the score is tied 1-1, and that plane is going to have a field day against these Fafnirs until it gets hit. Because if these are the heavy Gauss cannons, that plane is going to have a bad day when and if they hit. Let's see Dead Salmon moving in. Again, this is for, an exhibition match, so I think the teams are here to have some fun. So here we go with a bombing run. Jamek just getting devastated. But 100-ton mech, we've got some Arrow 4s. They get Dead Salmon dead. Playing for the BAA team here in the halftime show. But then we have some Arrow 4s going, and this is just crazy. Now they do get Direwolf, so I think they've still got a shot here. Jamek still getting whacked with a couple Arrow 4s. Oh my goodness! But Bashar raining death from the sky, and under traditional rules, technically, Liko would have to destroy Batuta's 100-ton asset, and that's just not going to happen. Because you see those are auto flamers, and there goes the plane, and you're not going to see that every day. Wow. Oh, wow. That's nuts. Crazy fun battle. Good part of the halftime show. And we're trying to bring you back. I don't see a 100-ton mech, 100-ton tank move like that either very often. We're going to try and bring you the rest of the championship coming up here in about 15 minutes is our target time, and we'll move from there. Ah, the old Steiner Scout Squad of Atlases with C3 radar. Ah, yes, memories. You know, I'm reminded one time that we went into a public game on this map back when this map was still played a lot, and we all coordinated on voice comms, and we used there used to be a solitaire in this game, 25-ton, very fast asset with an LBX 20 cannon on it, which, especially for the start of a match, is an exceptionally powerful weapon. And we played coordinated like that for the better part of 10 minutes and just really had the enemy team had a bad time against that. Because we had the better part of 10 LBX 20 cannons just firing into the enemies. Again, this is the halftime show. We're hoping to resume in 10. We're hoping to check to see if we're able to resume in 10 minutes for the 3v3. Current score is 1-1. Okay, if you're just joining us, we are currently in the halftime show of the 3v3. We have a pilot that has an issue. That is critical for the BAA squad here in the 3v3 championship. We're going to try everything that we can to make sure that we let that pilot hopefully resolve that situation and if appropriate, come in and play. Real life should always take precedent over video game events. So we're going to try in about 10 minutes to see if we're able to continue. And right now you are watching this year's halftime show. The two teams putting together simulated 3v3 battles for fun. And we are about to see a different variation on the last thing. The map is TSA Mirage, a wonderful map that I love to play on. That is a byproduct of the loss of popularity of Team Solaris Arena, where there are no bases to capture. You just go out and kill things, and it is very hard to get in a public match on this, and even rarer to see organized gameplay in the old traditional events. The new events, I'm pretty sure this probably gets some gameplay in those. So again, you are tuned in to the championship of the 3v3. The past 4 weekends, we have had the better part of 50 to 70 battles to try and determine who is the best 3v3 team this year. And we had the 4 teams come up, and of those 4, the clan Jade Falcons at the 3 seed and the BAA Guardians at the 1 seed earn the right to be in the championship. And we are currently in a halftime show, awaiting a hopeful good resolution to a real life situation for one of our pilots, and also to try and wrap up the games today as well. And we're going to try and do that in about 10 minutes is our target time, and we'll have to see where we are with there. So right now you are seeing the teams play mock 3v3 battles for your enjoyment. So we have a Masakari, lasers, missiles, a Vulture with more lasers and more missiles. And I believe that the limiters on this are randomly assigned. So they just go in and they say this each of your pilots can take has this much money to afford this or this of your choosing. And the third pilot getting built here and utilizing the fastest asset in game on the ground, the Locust, and more missiles and lasers. There he will be facing the Air Ace, BAA, and Arrow 4s on the ground. So it's going to be missile list. The Solitaire is a tricky asset to play, and I think, and for me, being a very old school pilot that's been around for a long time in this game, the Solitaire has become a bit harder to play because of the other excellent, well-rounded lights, and the weapons loadout on some of the old ones was just dead simple. That LPX-21, you fire the LPX-20 and run away, wait for it to reload, and fire. But the Solitaire is wonderful. Yes, thank you. I'll pass that along. The situation in real life is certainly something to luckily is not luckily is something that everybody's good and fine. It's just something that they need to address, and certainly just kind of a situation where they're not able to play at the moment versus anything that is that they're okay. Well, let's just put it that way. And LBX are shotguns. The LBX-5 certainly can get interesting because of its 900-meter range, and the drop-off Well, they changed those recently, so I'm gonna have to get back to you on that. But traditionally, the drop off isn't too bad on the LBX5, and they're ready for the plane this time. They get salmon. Salmon is there to distract their focus. But I think once the plane makes its initial swap, you can see that they're brought weapons to counter it. And BAA, one of the best air pilots ever to grace the Living Legend skies. But certainly going to be busy fighting off those missiles. So again, the strategy is distraction. BAA team has them focused completely on the 2 mechs on the ground, and BAA himself tries to get the kills up top. And Batuta trying to make those Aero 4s work, but a lot of things firing at him at the moment. So this will be the halftime show. After this battle ends, we're going to check in, and we're hoping to be able to get back into the second half of the fights. And Batuta gets off as many missiles as possible, provides as much of a distraction. But BAA now has to face all 3 enemy mechs firing at the plane, and well, we'll certainly see what we're doing here. This appears to be some sort of guided thingy, and it looks like it got destroyed, and that'll wrap up this part of the halftime show. It does get somebody. And it's kind of the 12th VR experience. There's always this in-game inside joke that 12th VR crits more than any other team, and well, BAA destroys the mech, so it wasn't worth it for him. Let's go in and check in on the teams. Hi, any updates? Okay. Okay, viewers, we're going to bring you one more halftime show battle, and then we're going to start figuring out how to move forward with the rest of the battles. We've already been we're already on weekend 4 of what was supposed to be a 2-weekend event, and we wanted to wrap everything up last week. Scheduling has been tricky, and the team members have been wonderful working with us to get these battles in. We want to finish up this championship this weekend, and but we want to do it so that both teams are at full strength if at all possible. So we're going to work with the teams as much as possible, but we do have to figure out here in a little while what we're going to do to try and finish off this this tournament. We would need a minimum of 2 more battles in order to have a team win, but we would need as many as 3 more battles, and that's excluding any ties that we might end up having. We do have a fallback date. I do not want to use it under any circumstances of next Saturday, but given how important it is for the BAA team to have their coordination among their pilots, it's not easy for us to just say, okay, well, here's your replacement pilot, let's go in here and play. But we are going to have to make a decision here on what's going to happen with the championship. We've played 2 maps so far. Played on TSA Solaris A and Map 1, and we played on TC Forsaken Map 2. BAA team won the first map and put up an interesting fight, trying to overheat the enemy mechs on a hot map on map 2, but that one went to the Falcons. And if I understand my scheduling correct, I think that one team can only make Sundays. Usually, it's a bit hard on Saturdays, and we're gonna start bumping into other events that are scheduled for the game. So, trust me, we'll work extremely hard to facilitate and accommodate everybody. But we're starting to run again. We're starting to run out of time to wrap up this tournament. So we'll figure it out. Triple APC versus Triple APC. I like that idea. I have had battles before. We've had what was it? We did APC versus APC. You had to stay in the APC and destroy. You had to destroy your enemy using only the machine guns, which are one of the weakest weapons in game. We did that. I lost that battle, unfortunately. That was a very long time ago as well. We've done Battle Armor versus Battle Armor before on that video I linked earlier. That's a short version of what we did, but we've done a full 30-minute battle before too. And we've done one of the most fun I've ever had is when we do all Battle Armor versus I wish I could dig the video up. On this map, we did something once with that. It was a protest. A player wanted to protest the battle armor and aerospace carrying rules. So it was, I think it was like 50 battle armor lives for one pilot versus something like 3 VTOL lives or something. Or it was maybe just 1 VTOL life. And they placed the APC right along here. And they just spawned battle armor after battle armor after battle armor, and actually was able to fight the from the top of the hill, was able to fight the VTOL. But we've also done battles where we've had something like 1 Fafnir mech or 1 assault mech versus like 8 battle armors. And you drive the APC. Trick is you drive the APC as close as you can before it gets destroyed against the assault mech, and then you just blow stuff up. Soccer, we've done Capture the Flag. There's a map that looks a lot like this, but at the center is a neutral harasser hovercraft that respawns, and the goal is to take the hovercraft that spawns, and without getting it destroyed, it has no weapons, and without getting it destroyed, you try and bring it, the goal, the Capture the Flag goal is the enemy base. And you use strategies. We built a bunch of long toms to act as the goalie, so that they'd have to destroy the long tom to get in, or they'd have to ram the long tom to get in. We've used fake harassers, so that the team doesn't know which one's the flag. We've done there's this event called Chaos March, which is not currently being run at the moment, except for special every couple of month events, and we do crazy things inside of that alongside the league play. And I know that in some of the other events that are running right now, like Merc Night and the Invitationals, that they are experimenting with some interesting things. Triple APC versus Triple APC, that would be absolutely crazy, because you have to decide, are you going to defend your APC? Are you going to go on foot as the battle armor? Are you going to use the APC as radar to try and find where the BA are? It's interesting. So we'll get into how we're going to finish off this championship in a little bit. Again, we're going to bring you as many championship games as we can today, and we really need to finish it. The issue is that Batuta and Bashar work really well with Raven, and their strategies rely on the camaraderie that they've built up over the past month playing together. And so we're hoping that Raven is able to rejoin us, but real life must come first. And we hope that everything is going well for them as they deal with an annoying but under control and everybody's safe situation right now. Okay, so we've got Liko with a Kit Fox, laser Kit Fox, Jamek with a laser. Let's just do this. 30-ton mech, 30-ton mech, 25-ton mech. Two 30-ton tanks and one 25-ton question mark mech. So we're battling, and this we're gonna try and figure out what we're doing after this last halftime show battle. And well, I don't know what's going on right now because things are getting shot at, and things are being driven around, and things are walking, but it's chaos out there. See what I did? It's a slow march of chaos out there. Falcons are trying everything that they can to take on their former teammate, acting as a merc, still a teammate, and I don't know, could be anybody's battle here. They focused so hard on getting down one mech that the blue team might have overextended themselves. Let's see. Yep. Never underestimate a Mithras. Scout mechs and scout tanks, and in this case the scout tanks are going to take the day. So a very interesting halftime show, and 12th VR is hosting us on the servers and must be hosting us in the exploding mechs department, because that's about the fourth one today. So alright, we're gonna hope for the best and hope we're able to get moving now, and if not, we're going to try and come to a decision on what we're going to do. Okay, still the same status? Okay, map 3, Stone Rose, set 8, 164, 77, 65. Stone Rose, set 8, 164, 77, 65. We are tied 1-1, map 3. Hey, viewers, we're getting back into action. I hope you enjoyed the halftime show. I talked to the pilot, and everything is okay. The situation they had to deal with was, I don't want to say minor, but certainly something that they had under control the whole time, and they're good. They're good, safe and sound. So I'm glad that they're doing okay. Let's get back to trying to create a championship here. Again, this is the end of the halftime show, and we're about to play 164K, 77K, and 165K on TSA Stone Rose. The teams are tied 1-1. A team must get to. A team must get to. A team must get to 3 wins to be a champion, and we have just seen the halftime show. And why don't we say brought to you by 12VR, who are hosting our servers for us today. If you ever see Rick Hunter, be sure to give him a big thanks, because he, like Direwolf and some of the other awesome people in this community, are just awesome human beings that donate their time to make sure that we're able to support the game well. If you ever see a developer of the game, be sure to get them hats off as well, because my goodness, they do so much for us to have such a nice game. Solaris A, okay, I need to Control Z all that. Forsaken was, who was on Forsaken? Okay, that was a Clan Jade Falcon victory. A shout out to Clan Sea Fox. I get Clan Jade Falcon and Clan Sea Fox confused, mixed up sometimes because of the similar acronyms. And let me tell you right now on the record that Clan Sea Fox is not Clan Jade Falcon, but they are awesome sauce. Resk and all of their players, thank you for being a part of our 3v3, and it was wonderful to see the Sea Foxes in battle once again. I've met a lot of really awesome and interesting people over the years, and I tell you, some of those working relationships, you can not see somebody for 5-6 years and be like, oh hey, it's you, and just pick up on it. And it's a wonderful community, it really is. The game, free to keep, mechlivinglegends.net. Be sure to check us out. That's what we're playing. Is this Crisis 4? This is original. It's Crisis 1, based on CryEngine 2, originally based on Crisis, the first game, but then later rebased on Crisis Wars, the game that came with Crisis Warhead. And so it's the newer version, the later version of CryEngine 2, but any engine ports to other engines, the answer on that's always been that it would be more it would take too long, like over a year to do, and it wouldn't necessarily be worth the effort. By that time you're gonna have to scrap the game and start over. Not a lot of it's portable, but there's always been, you've always heard rumors that down the road, way down the road, that if they somebody ever wanted to start fresh with a game and make a Mechwarrior Living Legends 2.0, that would be the very first thing that they would do, would choose a different engine. Maybe Lumberyard, which is still CryEngine, but that it's I am not a dev. I am not officially part of any of the teams. I am a volunteer that puts on events, so I don't have the ability to speak officially. But if they were ever to, if a new Living Legends were ever to be made down the road, it would probably be based on the Lumberyard engine, which is a modified Amazon version of Crisis, or more likely, I would have to imagine, Unreal, or any engine but CryEngine 2. That I can probably say. That this is Crisis 4. Huh. Well, I'm not a dev or an engineer. I'm an enthusiast. But anyway, let's take a look here. The game was, I can't tell you this. the game was originally being worked on the Quake engine in Quake Wars, and development of the game started somewhere in the neighborhood of 2000. I want to say 4, 5, or 6, and then the first public release was originally supposed to be in December of 2008, but that was delayed a year. It came out on December 27th, 2009, and we celebrated the 10th year anniversary with an event last year. And then development stopped in January of 2013. It picked up again in the first release from the new community team, as they're called, was in October of 2016. And since October 2016, there have been multiple major releases. The game is. I'll take a guesstimate that the game's probably, it feels like it's doubled in size in terms of changes and the amount of new mechs and vehicles that you've gotten. It still feels, it's still Living Legends, but it feels like a very significant new version. If you were to go from when development stopped in 2013 on version 7.1 and come play the game right now, it would be a learning curve. It would be a lot of fun learning new things, and you would feel like at a bare minimum that it was a major expansion pack, because there have been tweaks in new weapons, new maps, new mechs, and it plays differently. I played 7.1 because there was no development for 3 years. I memorized every mech in game and what the weapon was. Oh, that's a Atlas Alpha. We need to blow its arms off. That's a Novacat. We need to blow its arms off. That's a Thanatos Delta. Its right arm needs to go off. You get the idea. And so yeah. Anyway, this is the map. TSA TC Stone Rose. This is the newer version of it, which does not have the explodey things in it. And we'll take a look at the map in a sec. I'm just going to get the what do they call this now? What's the cool term for it? The picks. I'm gonna quick get the picks from the teams. All right, hi. Do you have any of your assets chosen yet? Cannot be used. Ground assets only. That's an excellent question. Which type of Okay, viewers, here we go. Thank you for your patience while we do it. Dead Salmon, what are the Falcons bringing out? Nope. All right. Well, we have Daishi Echo, Ryokin Foxtrot, and a Uzil Alpha to take on a Catapult Foxtrot, Partisan Prime, and Fafnir C. Lots of Thunderbolts there for the BAA Guardians, and lots of Hag Weapons and EATMs. Both teams are going to be battling from a kilometer or more away from each other. And real quick on, can you play an older version of Living Legends? You can get it to load. You're not going to be able to easily get it to connect to a server. Somewhere around 2014, GameSpy went down, and the solution that was made for that worked until about 2017, 2018, and then that went down. If you really wanted to, you probably could get it to work at least for a LAN game, but it wouldn't be recommended, B, it wouldn't be supported, and C, why would you want to miss out on all the awesome stuff? Okay, so we didn't really get a good look at the map. Let's go ahead and do that real quick, because it's gonna be a while before the teams. It's wide open. I like to think of it as inspired by Mass Effect because of some of the future stuff. Yeah, we've got Daishi Echo, Ryokan Foxtrot, Uzil Alpha versus a Fafnir C, Partisan Prime, and Catapult Fox. It's the T-Bolt versus Hag show. So you can download it and you can get it to launch, but to get it to play against other people would be a pretty technical undertaking. Is it possible? Ooh, theoretically, actually, it probably is if you have the right piece of software from the era. But yeah, I'll stop there. Is it possible? Probably yes. Should it be attempted? I'll leave that up to you. The new game is pretty awesome sauce. So I myself, I'm just gonna play this. And yeah. Okay, so do you think that this fight will end up being closer than the teams expect? In terms of range, yes. Well, the Falcons are on the, I think, eastern end of the map. They got the western end. And the Guardians appear to be, I want to say the, yeah, they're both on, I think, the western end of the map. It's just the Guardians are a good 2 kilometers out north of there, or something like that. It's not too hot of a map. That always surprises me. It's a desert environment, but the temperature's not too bad. Last time this map... Go ahead. Right. There are maps in this game that reach that. Been on them, played them in serious drops. It was fun for a while, and then there's a reason we don't play those maps very often. There's one map in this game called Ackley's that makes Extremity look like it's cold all the time, even when it's hot in Extremity. Yep. There's a 15-minute time limit in this, so the teams are going to have to keep an eye on that. And when you play this long range, that can kind of become a bit of a factor, particularly for the minimum range on the EATMs for the guards on the Ryokin, and the spread on the T-bolts can be a bit of a. Is there a minimum range anymore on T-bolts? I don't know if there ever was. All right. Okay. The travel speed and the way they fly can certainly make them interesting. If this comes down to a close range fight, we've got 4 AC5, 6 medium lasers, and 4 extended range mediums for the Guardians' backup weapons, and then obviously the Hags, two light Gausses, 1 Hag 40, 4 extended range, 4 heavy medium lasers, and 4 small pulses. And if you get creative, LRM Clan 40. So I think that surprisingly both teams could actually fight at just about any range because a lot of their weapons can work at a pinch. What's going to get focused here for the two teams when they see it? Do you see anything that sticks out that you think should be the focus target? As I hit the
I don't think the Falcons are going to let this get too close. I think if they see their opponents, they're going to back up.
I'm a bit surprised they're headed towards center.
I think they think that that the Republic Guardians are out on the sides correctly, and that they're trying to get a sight line.
The first battle yesterday in the third place game took place on this map. I got to participate in that one. Our team went to center, and let's just say it was a close battle, but it didn't go our way. So I'm just the thing is, though, you're right with this direct fire stuff. Without too much minimum range, you don't have to worry about anything except the Rio. If they close, and the other thing is the Rio's fast enough that it can get away, so maybe a chess move, a strong center.
Yeah, and honestly, with in a long range engagement, all the T-bolts are going to be going towards the Daishi. So pretty much everything else can dodge them. So this should be interesting if the Falcons can spot the Guardians here. That'll be a pretty big deal. Or maybe the other way around. But it looks like Jamuk might have a sight line, but I can't tell.
Well, the Guardians have got Bap and Gekum on their Fafnir. They've got good radar there. The Daishi for the Falcons has Gekum.
It looks like the Falcons may have spotted them. Unclear.
Well, the interesting thing here is that all 6 assets in the field all have enhanced optics.
Yeah, they're not messing around.
Now, after seeing, you're always going to see interesting strategies with the with the Guardians team, but that Flamer strategy on the last map was very creative. But I think here you're seeing a little bit more.
We have fire.
We do.
Yep, they're engaging. iPoke just got shots, and I think this could be advantageous for the Falcons here. I want to see the Daishi get shots, but the spread on Hag at that distance is going to be a lot.
Now, what is a Hag weapon?
Here come the T-bolts. They have hits. Yep, that's that dumbfire T-bolt.
The lambs, they do have a single lambs, but that's not going to be enough against that many launchers.
I think that they jump, maybe, with the Uziel.
Now, one thing with the T-bolts is that they don't track very well if you're moving very quickly. And so one strategy that they might be able to try is to just keep things moving with the Uzil and the Ryokin.
I think the Uziel is going to do some work here with those light boss.
And as we're joined
There's that first hag.
in the game chat, we have something called Mechwarrior Living Legends Community Edition. So hi to that. Glad that they're able to join in, and they'll better be able to answer any of the big game questions there. But my recent okay, let's concentrate on the battle. But I know that they recently had a pretty big release with some awesome stuff in it.
I would say so far this has been pretty even trades.
Well, the interesting thing is that when you have such long-range weaponry, it can be a little bit hard from the third-party camera view to really see stuff going there.
Well, this is interesting. Batuda's about to engage. Oh, he could get sightline from his allies here.
I think they're trying to get them to come out and get the Falcons in the open so that they can rain thunderbolts easier.
That's also definite.
Because as you can see, unlike the Hag, which fires almost instantaneously, you can get back to cover. The T-Bolt's got a much slower travel time, so
Yeah. I think the only real danger to the Uziel is the party van.
Channel switched.
Just I'll wait till you guys are here with me.
end time 24,
Channel
The 4 heavy
switched.
medium lasers, so just
He does.
match
But we
ends
can
24.
screen shake it.
Channel switched.
I was just reminding the teams that the match end time is 24. So we've got 3 minutes left. The Falcons have a decision to make. Walk into, can they survive a wall of thunderbolts? And if so, how do they want to approach? And as I surmised, we're going to have a battle at closer range than either team would like. Here we go.
Yep. Don't underestimate. I think that the Falcons are going to have to focus targets here. Should be interesting. It looks like they're going for the Kata. Oh, there's one down, and that could be important. Now they're going to transfer to the Fafnir.
Bashar has a pretty long reload time on those weapons. He has to make every shot count now.
Yep. It looks like he's getting zero throttled by Liko. Which is always an interesting strategy. Oh, and he's down. Now it's just down to the party van.
So this looks like this will be a good chance for the Falcons to pull the victory here. But remember, this is the best 3 out of 5, so still plenty of room for.
It's not
BAA.
over yet.
I like the T-Bolt list. I like the Hag list, but ultimately I think that, I can't believe I'm about to say this about a Daishi, but the maneuverability advantage seemed to be there for the Falcons, and I think they had more
Yeah.
flexibility with their faster firing weapons in that.
And oh, keep going. Sorry.
No, that's it.
Yeah, with the Falcons, if I were them, it would have been between the Hag Daishi and the Hag Mars, and I think that they made the right choice, taking the Hag Daishi over the Hag Mars.
Right?
But
Well,
yeah, I do think it was the reload time on the T-bolts that got the Republic Guardians there.
Alright, see what kind of damage the Falcons took as we get ready to move to map 4. The Ryokin is 46% center, the Uzil is 48% side, and the Daishi, oh my goodness, 0% sides, lost its left arm, and 29% center. 30 more seconds of Bashar being left alive. This could have gotten pretty interesting in a hurry.
Honestly, one volley of ER mediums to either torso would have killed that Daishi. Or even the AC5s. Like, it was very close.
User left your channel.
Okay, viewers, the championship is within grasp now for the Falcons. They lead 2-1, and as we go into map 4, which took about 12 minutes of the 15 minutes to play, we're getting ready to get going. Now, Mech Living Legends Community Edition. Anything that we can look, anything that you're working on that that for a future release that you may be able to share with us, or can you maybe give us a summary of some of the awesome things that we saw in the most recent release? I think that there were some new assets brought into game, and you've had some maps coming up, and also how can players join the game? How can they acquire the game? All right. Okay, viewers. We are at. Let's update the challenge bracket. We are over here on the championship. Again, this is a best 3 out of 5, and the Guards are up 2-0. Do not be surprised at all, though, if the Guardians are able to come back and tie this up, as much as the Falcons are able to win this upcoming battle and claim the championship. And so we're just waiting for Falcons to. We're going to go Ice Arena set 6. Okay. So we're going to play map 4. We're going to play Ice Arena, and we're going to go set 6. Play. So cross that out, cross that out, cross that out, and cross that out, cross that out, and then let's see here. So Ice Arena is mini Golden Rocks, cold, long range. I'd be surprised to see anything other than long range. Okay, so championship upcoming. How have we gotten here? Let's recap. See all this? This is 8 teams playing the 7 other teams in 7 rounds. Best 2 out of 3 battles, ending up with this score. And the 2 teams playing, the Guardians in first place, Falcons in third place, and the Wolverines Reborked and Heartless played in the other. And look at how close these teams were. Only 2 points separate the top teams, and the Falcons were only 1 win away. And look at this, Wolverines Reborked was only 1 win difference here between everything. The interesting thing about the Guardians, they're a team of skilled players that were put together. BAA wanted to play, and we've put together mercs with them, and they've ended up working exceptionally well. And okay, and that's how we got here. This is a best 3 out of 5 upcoming, and TSA Ice Arena. Well, things get interesting in a hurry with the long results. All right, let's bail out of that one real quick, and let's go over here to let's go over to Hell's Gate on Arena 3. All right. All we can say for future plans: a couple new VTOLs, the Karnoff and Arthur, and rework flight system for new stuff. That's a bit of ways away. All right. I appreciate that look at the new stuff coming, and I look forward to that. The game is under steady development, but the features are usually releases are usually as things are ready. And this year, I think that they've had somewhere around 3 pretty major patches come in, and the most recent one wasn't too long ago, and added 2 very strong assets to the game that in organized gameplay have certainly made the metagame interesting as a good time for my game to crash on me in between the change here. On this upcoming map, it's cold, okay, and it's wide open areas, but you're gonna see radar. If somebody doesn't bring radar, I'm gonna be very surprised. And with that CBIL set, you've got a lot of options, but I think you're going to see some radar, and I think you're going to see some speed here, because I've played Golden Rocks and I've played Ice Arena. Ice Arena has been played quite a bit in the recent 3v3 tournaments. My goodness, I'm trying to think. This is the 6th 3v3 tournament I've helped host. Wow. I did almost win one of these once. Team Silvercraft against Team Duelist in the very first 3v3. We went all the way to the finals, and it was on jungle, and it was a close match. Oh goodness. But I think that the 3v3 is a pretty popular thing, and you're gonna see a revival in it, shall we say, after we kind of took it out for a break. The last one that I put on was in August of last 3v3 tournament was July and August of 2018. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then the other one before that was November. Oh. Was it? No, it was August 2019. So it was last year. And then the other one was November 18th. And then the other one was March of that year, March 2018. And then the really big one was a little bit before that. And then the community edition says that we introduced 2 new big chunk tanks, the Behemoth and Mars, both of which are stupidly heavily armored. So they run a bit slow. They're the slowest assets in game. At a Hewitt is faster. I never thought I'd say that, but a Hewitt is a faster asset, and I actually need to get on the calcs a second here. So let's. I wonder if I can multitask. All right, so I need to update the calc real quick for keeping track of things. Okay, so we're playing CBIL set 6, 104, 69, 48. 104, 69, 48. So let's update this. Stone Rose is a victory for Clan Jade Falcon. And then map 4 is going to be Ice Planet. I haven't played that in forever. Ice Arena, and then the limits are 104K, 69K, and 48K. If you're just joining us, you're watching the championship of the 3v3 tournament here in weekend 4. Stone Rose was a victory for Clan Jade Falcon, and we're possibly might have the final map here. If the Falcons are able to win this map, they will be the champions. So I think just a moment, viewers. We'll get a look at the map. Well, I can kind of somewhat give you a look at the map. 104, 69, 48. 48, 104, 69, 48. So I'm actually not terribly busy this time around that I can actually do my hosting duties, my announcing duties, and my other things that I do for the tournament rather well. So what we're going to do is I'm going to hop in to the server and with my second camera. We have lots of action coming at you. We have I think 3 streams running today. 2 others in addition to this. I'll try to get links in a moment if I can. And then we have recorded videos of almost the entire tournament. The Mechmaster channel has the first 2 weekends already up, and you can look at the videos, and it's all one video, and you can just use the bookmarks to find the individual matches that you might want. Trying to stay out of the team's way here. All right, let's check in on the teams real quick. So I'm going to mute that. Do you have any of your picks solidified? Awesome B, Shadowcat C, and what was the last one? Okay, and so sorry, one more time, the 48,000. Ooh, interesting choice. Okay, good luck. Have you made any of your picks yet? Okay. All right, let's look at the map. This is TC. It's a wide open map. It's not a huge map. The current score is the Falcons are up 2-1. BAA needs a victory here to force the definitive map 5. This is the current score. This is the current score right here, 2-1. Okay, OG 42. OG 42. Okay, 43 minus 15. 38. All right, end time 28. The map, Biddy Golden Rocks. Cold, takes a long time to find your enemy, And jump sniping not necessarily going to work terribly well because of the rocks are higher and tanks get stuck. Where Falcons have a chance to win the championship with their heavy PPC dual AC-10 Atlas C, their heavy PPC T-Bolt Bushwhacker Fox, and their Uller Delta ER PPC UAC 5 with the laser. The Guardians trying to force a map 5 and get the championship to themselves. A triple ER PPC Awesome with medium pulse laser. Shadowcat Charlie with ER PPC, Jump Jets, and Gauss, and an Ares Delta with 2 UAC 5s and a Clan Pulse Laser. That Shadowcat is going to run circles around anything that the Falcons have on the field for speed. And as for nobody has Gekum, but the Awesome Prime has BAP, so they might be able to do stuff. All right.
I think this match will be decided by where the fighting starts. If it's closer, I think the Falcons can do it, but if it's at like 900 meters, 1 kilometer, it's going to be a lot harder.
The two teams heading straight for each other at the moment, and if it goes long, they have until 28. I think that the Awesome is going to get focused pretty hard here by the Falcons, but I'm not sure what the BAA team is going to try and target first.
I think it'll be interesting. If I were them, I would go for the Bushwhacker. Because the Falcons want you to shoot the Atlas.
Yes, you heard
Because
guys.
it's a standard engine, 20 tons of armor, that's why it's here. It wants to absorb fire.
Well, you'll be able to hear the word AUG on Saturday, December 12th and or 19th.
But yeah,
More on
Awesome's
that
going to
later.
melt.
Also, Chaos March, that old thing that never seems to completely die. Word on the street is there's going to be a day of CM sometime this month. Well, the championship on the line. The stage is set. Let's see who fires on who. Wow. BAA team has them in their sights and decides to hold fire for the moment.
Yep. Oh, this could be bad. For the Falcons, that is.
Oh, they're waiting for the Falcon. They're waiting for the Awesome to get in line.
Yep, the Alpha Strike on that Awesome is going to be devastating. Yep, now the Falcons know. But I'm worried about that Ares.
Oh, that Ares is it's a trap. It's a trap.
But now they're focusing the Awesome. It's taking a lot of fire. I don't know if it's going to be able to stand up to this. It's a lot.
I don't think there were any favorites coming into this, but everybody wanted to see WR versus BAA.
Nico's
but right
really
now,
poking here.
the Falcons are fighting as hard as anybody, and they are on the brink. Can they finish
There goes
the
Blood
job?
Raven. I think Jamuk's down as well.
Can the Falcons finish the job? That's the question.
Yep. I wonder how much armor is left on that Awesome.
Batuta, untouched.
Oh, it's backed.
weapons.
Bashar's backed. Oh, and he's down. Now it's just down to that Shadowcat.
Batuta has a chance.
This could
but
be interesting. I don't
it's a
think the
crash.
Falcons have much armor left.
I think he either overheated or we might have a crash on our hands.
Oh, that's... we got a GG.
Yep, he overheated, so that's that. Well, folks, after about 50 to 70 of these battles, 4 weekends, and one 11:30 at night match, can Batuta keep them alive and put the sun in the sky one more time?
Kick. Clutch or kick. Oh,
That's it!
GG.
It's over! It's over! It's over! Finally,
I'm
this...
only a-
this
I'm a little biased because I'm on the Jade Falcon team, but that flank from the Guardians was beautiful.
This wonderful tournament with so many wonderful people and a wonderful game, but it's finally over. Tears of joy. And ladies and gentlemen, the Falcons are the last team standing. 2% left on the Bushwhacker side torso, 21% left on the Uller. Folks, as always, these have been close and tight fights, but as far as this tournament is concerned, BAA gave them a run for the money, but in the end, the Falcons, the 3 seed, are now the #1 team in Mechwarrior 3v3 Living Legends.
User left your channel.
We congratulate them. We have lots of post-game coverage coming up for you, but at 4:14 EST time, and whatever that is UTC, ladies and gentlemen, Clan, Jade, Falcon, Guardians are your 3v3 champions for the tournament, and until we have one next time, wink wink, it is all theirs. So we'll have lots of coverage from both teams, and ultimately an interesting strategy for the specific map. And they did the damage, but I wonder if the BAA Guardians are going to be rethinking not engaging immediately early on, because that extra 2 or 3 shots they could have had before the Guardians would have, before the Falcons would have been able to respond, might have been the difference. Folks, we have recorded videos of every match that we have on the streams are later recorded and added, so that's all just the action with no waiting, and that's available here at the MechMaster channel, and we'll also be sure to link the other live streams as well. We have at this point probably over 20 hours of total coverage of the event, and we'll show you everything that we have. But for now, if you've been tuning in and if you've been waiting for it, folks, you're looking at the champions. As Dead Salmon goes out there to congratulate his teammates, and we'll get lots of thanks in. But folks, if you're just here for the major part of the tournament, there you go. So let's make it official, shall we? Let's go over here to the challenge bracket. Make it nice and viewable. And let's go over here. Drum roll, please. By a score of 3-1. The Clan Falcon Guards are your 2020 3v3 champions. So how do we finish the tournament? I want to click that finish button. End the tournament. It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, an accomplishment in itself. We set out with one of the most ambitious tournament events in the history of Living Legends, with a rich, long history of organized gameplay. We finished it, ladies and gentlemen. Right there are your results. The top 4 teams and their scores. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations are in order for all 4 of our teams: the Jade Falcon Guardians, the BAA Guardians, the Wolverines Reborked, and SJ Mostly Heartless. But let us also not forget all 8 teams that were in there: the 12th Vegan Beesburgers, the MLL Dev team, the Clan C Fox Rapid Attack Citrarianary, and let's just call them the Mercenary team, folks. Those are your final results. Much more coming. And if you want some more organized gameplay, check the schedule, because we're just getting started here with our December stuff. So lots of post-game action coming up, and the teams look like they're celebrating here as well. And we will get the trophy presentation, shall we call it, coming up here in just a second. But folks, it's been a hell of a ride. Thank you for joining us, and let's get to the trophy presentation.
Channel switched.
By the way,
And now, for the trophy presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I am Duelist, one of the event organizers and, shall we say, executive of something or whatever, and it is my privilege, nay, my honor, to first off congratulate all 4 of the top 4 teams for making it in. But on this day specifically, the BAA Guardians came in with a dream. BAA decided to bring in some mercenaries, which were assigned to him at the last minute, and they made it work, and they were one of the strongest teams in this tournament, and we congratulate you on coming in and making it this far. But this day belongs to the Clan Jade Falcon Guardians, and by a score of 3-1 in the 2020 3v3 Championship, I officially declare you the champions of the tournament. After 4 weekends of play and over 50 battles, we congratulate you on your victory, and be sure to celebrate it. 3 cheers for the champions. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
Yay.
We'll have a post-game show coming up. This tournament would not have been possible without a million awesome people, and we'll be sure to give them their due coming up in the post-game show. And folks, it's been a hell of a ride, but it's over. Tears of joy, it's finally over. If you're looking for more organized gameplay, I've got some stuff coming up for you next weekend, the weekend after, and Dyer does as well, and Carbonell, I think so as well. So plenty of stuff. But congratulations, and you are officially the champions and a well-earned second place to the BAA Guardians. And this is just the beginning of our post-game coverage on the stream. And if you want to watch it all again, we have edited videos of every single battle I've been able to record, which is probably over 50 of the 70, and we'll get to you on that. Long live Living Legends, and celebrate Falcons, because this day is yours. That is all.
Say that.
That is all.
Say la.
Until the post-game show, I am Duelist. It's been a pleasure and a thrill, and until next time, your champions, the Clan Jade Falcon Guardians. I am Duelist, signing off officially, ending the 2020 3v3 tournament. Goodbye, everybody.
Channel switched.
All right.
Just
It's
gave me
gonna have the
1,000
HUD on it, though.
seagulls.
All right. Awesome sauce, guys.
Do you know how to
Anybody-
disable the HUD Duelist?
Yeah, I
Oh,
just
yeah.
did.
Oh, thank
okay.
you.
And then it's a screenshot, I think. Print screen.
F12, you can check the console to see if it actually took it.
Yep.
Hey.
Nice.
Because it seems to only work like a third of the time for me.
I'll be sure to get that up. Post-game show in about 5 to 10 minutes. And that
good.
post-game show will last about 20 minutes to half an hour at tops. And then we'll be scheduling. I'm going to get all the highlights together, like the top 10 matches and the stories. And we're going to have a post-game show for the entire tournament that I'll invite sometime during the upcoming week. And that'll probably be about an hour total. So anybody that wants to come to that, that'd be great. And then congratulations. And I will try to get up a nice written-up official announcement, maybe a certificate of achievement or something or other. But the challenge bracket is finished. Congratulations one final time. And maybe I'll see some of you for the post-game show at 30 past the hour.
Alrighty. I'll
Channel switched.
Okay, that's it. The post-game show is coming up. We're going to have some analysis. Post-game show upcoming. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to find that link from earlier for the other stream. And I'm going to try and find the link. Okay, so here's the stream. Alternate coverage all day long from yes, a post-game show is coming up in about 10 minutes. And later this week, a post-tournament show. Info on my channel is here. Info on my channel is here with lots of coverage and edited videos. Folks, the game is Mechwarrior Living Legends, mechlivinglegends.net, made by a community of awesome volunteers. Come playing it sometime, and there are chances for learning how to play the game, playing the game loosely in public play, playing in lightly organized gameplay, playing in exceptionally complicated organized gameplay, and everything in between. And there are subgroups of teams out there as well. And I'm just trying to find a link to my to the channel so I can point you all in the direction. If you want unlimited power, or well, unlimited coverage of the event, you can find that here. and I'm going to try and have more information. And as always, anything that I'm working on for Mechwarrior Living Legends, my blog with projects and such related to my stuff in MAL. And then finally, https mechlivinglegends.net, the game. Okay, post-game show upcoming, but that is going to be it for the primary championship coverage. We'll hopefully have a guest or two with us. And post-game show, say about 5 minutes from now, and they'll probably be about 20 minutes or so, and we'll try to have some stuff in there as well. And then really the big post-game show upcoming. But the Falcons are the champions. Second place goes to the Guardians, and heck of a 3v3 season it's been. We'll continue and wrap up with our post-game show coming up here, and we'll take it from there. So, signing off for the next 5 minutes, this is Duelist. Thanks for joining us.
User joined your channel. User joined your channel.
Whoa.
User joined your channel.
I think I will be around for post game. Hooray. Assuming Goals is not AFK. Rip.
Rip skins. You be dead.
Only temporarily. Anyway, Bird's drunk. Where was the screenshot posted?
Unclear. We need somebody to get him to send it to Discord.
I think he might. Maybe he's figuring that out now. None. If that isn't the case, then we can go somewhere else for our screenshot memes. We do need to have something to send to, as a Christmas card to the foxes.
Yeah, we gotta do it.
User joined your channel.
Hello, I was playing Discord Warrior and I didn't notice everyone moved.
Whoops.
Is that a car alarm?
What?
I heard a car alarm.
You're a car alarm.
Your
Possible.
mother's a car alarm.
Is Duelist streaming again, or are we doing the post-game show later?
Unclear.
Oh,
3, 2, 1. Well, I am here with Clan Jade Falcon Direwolf, Clan Jade Falcon Dead Salmon, Clan Jade Falcon Jamuk, and Clan Jade Falcon Liko. And we are here with the post-game show specifically for today. And we're going to give you some coverage and some thoughts from the champions. You guys won today, right?
We did, yes.
And be sure at the end that we fit in all our thank yous for all the awesome people that have been making this possible. So you guys probably need a link to maybe it'll help to have a link to the live stream. Here, it should be on here somewhere. Just in case you want to follow along. Okay, so first up, let's open both of those drop calcs. And let's take a look here on Solaris AA. Falcons, tell us your drop list here and walk us through your strategy for map 1 Solaris A.
So I think the first thing to mention though is that we didn't build our lists in a vacuum. We kind of built it expecting like what the Republican Guards would bring, because Bashar is notorious for bringing a regulator Foxtrot on this map and just shooting people's backs out, while the rest of the team is engaging something that's like fairly mobile or a kitey or whatever. So to counter that, we made sure that we had something with 900 meter range punch, because the actual drop restrictions were, I can't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it was 81,000, 64, 43. So we knew that 64 was for sure for their team going to be regulator Foxtrot. Everything else was a bit of a mystery, but we assumed that it would probably be something kitey or mobile. So what we built was an Argus Alpha, which had a Gauss rifle to deal with if they had some sort of 900 meter stuff, to at least while on approach. SRMs if they went brawly, like something unexpected. Zeal Prime was our middle buy, something kind of just list filler that could hit a bit of everything. Mobile, so they could dodge if they did something strange, like with Massive Alpha Strike. Fast, still had 700 meter punch. And Liko's probably single most bought asset is an older Prime, which is fantastic at pretty much everything. It's pretty tanky in case they rushed us. Serves for close range, or large laser, and LBX5 for long range, etc. So just a solid comfort list with a bit of long range insurance.
So you guys came in expecting the regulator Foxtrot, which he did bring.
Yep.
Then he also brought an ATM-6, 2 extended range medium beam laser face disc golf, and a Gauss Ryokan golf with LRM 10, ERLL, and CRML. And as you can see, viewers, there are 4 bases on here. Initially, you came onto your base and you just walk us through your strategy. Like you walked out and where you wanted to head, and were you looking for that regulator? Was that like your key thing?
Yeah, at first we were basically keeping our eyes open the whole time for the reg, looking to see if we could spot it, or really looking for the rest of their team. We made we saw mech legs early when we walked out the hangar. Because like a trait of this map is that when you walk out of the hangar, you usually can see like line of sight. You have line of sight on both of the other enemy spawns. You can usually see them. At first, we didn't actually see them. It took us like 45 seconds or so, but we did spot some mech legs. And we were generally kind of trying to head in their direction, just trying to get close, get the first shots off, not give them a chance to like reposition. And we did manage to engage Batuta's Ryokan really early. And we got some good shots on it, but the whole time we were like trading well, I think, initially, but just it was extremely tight. Their team kept on running and breaking contact. And they were doing enough damage, and the regulator was like probably on the other side of the map, and it took it a while to catch up. But once it did, it was a little bit. The pressure was very much on us to get kills quickly.
Yeah, it was
trades.
Sort of a running battle where we had to catch them. The Ryokan we took down fairly easily, but by then the 2 hovercrafts had done a decent amount of damage to our assets. It ended up being a pretty close loss, I think.
Yeah, incredibly close.
Yeah, that last mech at the end there was very, very dangerous, and Salmon and I were covering that from there, and we were like, well, wait a minute, where's BAA and the regulator? And he came up and he started shooting you in the back, but once the Rio went down, a thing of BAA's strategy is that he has to count on his teammates to really know their spatial awareness and know the next step ahead of them, because they use very innovative and unique strategies, but it also leaves less margin for error. And I think that that match was really good because the Hephaestus was able to continue to lead you kind of where it wanted to go a little bit, but then ultimately you guys were able to find a good spot against that hill and protect your backs, and a nail biter, but certainly one that was extremely interesting to watch. But ultimately,
Well,
go ahead.
actually, I think the consensus on our team was stopping against that wall was probably what lost it for us. Like, we should have kept chasing, being more proactive.
Yeah, they were
We got
coordinating
split.
They're coordinating their
We were-
trades extremely well. So like when we were just like trying to like focus on whenever they would peak, but they would have the initiative. So
Yeah.
yeah.
You
Then
guys
Liko
wanted to
tried
be
to catch the
fighting one at a
regulator, but
time.
yeah, Liko tried to chase the reg at one point, and we weren't like quite as ready to follow up.
The regulator flipped a few times on its own. Was
Oh.
there ever a conversation of ramming speed by the Falcons?
Nope, not that I can remember. I had zero idea that was happening. I saw that Jim.
I don't think we ever got that close, except for at the very end when I got up right against it. But by then my CT was too damaged, so he just killed me when I looked to fire.
So as we change maps to take a look at TC Forsaken, it sounds like that first matchup was an expected but still a bit of a risky strategy by the BAA team, and something that you guys tried very hard to counter. But at the end of the day, in a close battle, those triple large lasers on such a small asset are pinpoint damage and really dangerous. So what was your thinking going in down 1-0? What was your thinking going into TC Forsaken?
Well, as the captain, I'll say my mentality going into map 1 was very much about feeling the enemy out. I figured they were going to play to their strengths. I figured we should just play to our strengths, see how it goes, shake off the rust in game 1. I don't care who wins. We lost. It wasn't a big deal. I just kind of tried to stay focused and think about how to win the next game. I really didn't mind that much. I even felt a little good about it because that meant that we would have our choice of the map and the C-bill restrictions, and we would kind of be able to put them on the back foot from that point onward.
Yeah, the comeback system with the loser being able to choose the C-bill and map restrictions was very strong this round because of the bigger pool of C-bill values and maps. So we expected we'd be able to come back if we lost the first one.
And so you ended up choosing. Walk us through your list here on Forsaken.
We chose kind of like a comfort zone, I guess. We chose like, well, we lost on Solaris A to getting out traded, right? Kind of having to, just kind of seeing that like, well, their team is really really good at manipulating aggro, at doing P trades, stuff like this. And we also didn't want to deal with assault tanks. So we decided, okay, let's just go for something that we're all pretty comfy with. Let's just go with really light assets on a map that's conducive to brawling. So that's why we chose Forsaken with the lowest C-bill values, 52, 43, 40. We took something expecting that they would take hovers because they have a bunch of people on their team who are really fantastic in it, namely Bashar, Bloodraven. So we took stuff that had a bunch of LBX. Our top by Mechwarrior Echo had 2 LB5s on HMGs, which have like kinetic. The Chevy Foxtrot, which is what I was driving, has an LB10 SRM6. Our medium buy was a Hef Echo, something that I was pushing for very heavily because this map has really, really low sightlines, which means that it's also easy to get caught out. If you have sensors, it means that you can see where the enemy is first, potentially have to drop on them. It has Beagle Active Probe and GCM. And the other team, they brought all flamers.
All right, well, let's take a look here now. They brought the Anubis Echo, 4 flamers, and then the Harasser Delta, 4 flamers, the Solitaire C, 4 flamers, and the backup weapons, well, there's a medium pulse laser.
Yeah, medium pulse on the Solly C is the least impressive one. The Flame Harasser has 3 SRM2s, which is basically rapid fire SRM6, and it's up armored for Harasser, which sounds ridiculous when you say it, but it's considerable. It's like almost Chevalier armor. And the Flamer Anubis had the HMGs, I believe, or SRM2s. Can't remember. Both are not anything to sneeze at.
Yeah, it wasn't as laughable as it might have used to be ever since the Flamers got their rework, and like the Harasser now has decent backup weapons, so they did a lot better than we expected.
So
that round,
you came out of your hangar. Which side of the map did you decide to work with? Did you go east, west? Did you head towards the center base?
Intersphere side always starts in the northeast side of the map, and we decided to basically go kind of mostly straight south, a little bit west, because there's a lot of there's just exceptionally large number of rock formations you can run between. Our list was kind of built for close range. We want to nuke whatever it is that shows up. We have a lot of LBX, SRMs, etc. So we're just kind of lurking a little bit east of mid. That way, if we saw anything, we thought, okay, it wouldn't be caught in open ground if they perchance took a FG or something and wanted to hide us. We could just do as much damage as possible.
So
and they
who was
pressed it into
the,
us.
shall we say, lucky pilot that was in the Chimera on this map?
Oh, that was me. I got shut down by all the Flamers. I was their initial target, and by the time I came out, the two mechs were nearly dead, so I blasted and got the last hit on both of them.
Well, that's the interesting thing about Flamers, is that you need to either shut everything down and keep everything shut down, or you need to kill something quickly by overheating it so much that it dies. Is it perhaps that also with the Flamer rework that this map just really isn't hot enough for that strategy?
Well, this map, I don't think it could really be considered one of the really hot maps. It's not like an Inferno or Phlegaton. The big issue is Flamers don't deal damage, so you need going like with a full Flamer list generally leaves you lacking. You generally want like one thing to shut down the most dangerous enemy on the other team or something like that.
Now, Liko and Direwolf, what were the comms like when your member when Jamek was shut down? What was the thought process about how to proceed there?
We were mostly focused on, getting pickoffs, right? So we were mostly just calling out what we were shooting, who was vulnerable, when to twist and when to shoot, stuff like that. I got a very lucky back shot on Batuta's Solitaire. I was able to position myself really well in the hovercraft. So, for example, I let them know about that opportunity, stuff like that.
Which was really invaluable because Batuta's back portal was so low that I was able to like touch it once, and then he was suddenly all of his solid mobility was gone, which was extremely helpful.
Yeah. And like, there's not a whole lot of time in those kind of fracases to coordinate a sophisticated response, especially against a more mobile opponent that's just circling and attacking like that. We just tried to stay cool, focus our targets correctly, and keep each other alive.
Well, on a 60-degree map, as this is, that's staying cool is critical. And were there any? Did anybody laugh at the all Flamer list when you first encountered it? I'm just curious.
I was scared of it. Like I knew, because like I know that team has thought about it before. I remember them mentioning that they wanted to take that on Extremity one time. So I was like, oh shit, that's actually what they're doing now.
Yeah.
And it was really in my head. I was like, this is actually dangerous. Like I can't afford to laugh at this. Like, so I was just kind of thinking, okay, we just have to try and kill one of them as fast as possible, so maybe one of our assets doesn't die instantly or get Flamer to death or like Flamer to shut down. So it's just like really desperately trying to get a pick off of something to take some of those Flamers off the field and give us a fighting chance. And I think we got lucky because their Anubis, like we were ready for their, like because of our sensors, we were able to know when they were about to crest. And we were able to just all focus the Anubis. It was low, had to break off, and they were able to let the rest of their team get focused a little bit.
Now, that first match took 8 minutes and 22 seconds. The second match was over quickly at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. We were tied 1-1 at that point, and that meant that the BAA team would get to choose the next map in Seabill set after you guys banned one. We had something come up, though, so let's just call it that we played some halftime. Just really quickly, what was the highlight of everybody during the halftime fun matches?
Oh man, we kind of got wiped in those. Well, except for one where we brought okay, the first match was like okay, the first match we played was just like 2 LTs on both maps and then 1 spotter, and I was not expecting the spotter on the enemy team to be a Thor Prime. Was that a Cougar? Exploded very fast.
Yeah, and I couldn't
Just
hit anything from the angle I had. I was kind of on a weird ramp thing, and it just didn't end well.
Well, we had a on-the-field reporter come on to report from the war zone, and the rules of engagement were violated. The reporter went splat. I remember that. So,
Oh boy.
So on Mirage, I remember seeing jets. I remember seeing Arrow 4s and missiles.
Yes.
I remember seeing
oh boy.
one team like having a designated run into the enemy team and distract them. And I remember seeing something happen to some Fafnirs. Just give me a quick breakdown
boy.
of the highlights of those 3 matches on Mirage.
LGB Shiva, 3x Arrow Mars, and a Narc Commando, and 2 headshot Fafnirs on the enemy team. By the enemy team, I mean our team. That was a time.
Yeah, the bombs and the arrows. Oh my gosh.
Instant headshots.
They did it 2 games
Like-
in a row, but the second game we brought Angel ECM, so it didn't work.
Yes, the second game we just took pretty much as many sea learns as we could take.
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
quite as many. Almost as many.
during
we
the
were
halftime
testing
games,
Clan Jade Falcon pattern recognition.
during the halftime games, we were basically just messing around. At one point, we literally tried, like, our list concept was, we'll try to use the worst variant of every chassis that we take. Only it didn't work because being the worst doesn't mean that it's the cheapest or that you can afford it, unfortunately.
So in general, after the halftime experiments, next 3v3 tournament should aerospace be allowed based on the results?
No.
No,
I don't think so.
Okay.
That is a no.
absolutely not.
Just checking. So as we load Stone Rose on the server and we start and we got back from halftime, how did the break and play work for you? Were you guys able to get right back into it? Did you have to work off some rust? Like normally these tournaments you have to go start to finish, but how was it having a prolonged break in the middle?
Oh man. I mean, it was actually nice to be able to, like, personally I haven't played the game for like a week, so it's nice to be able to have just things to practice with, games to play with, just a way to cool off and have fun. But yeah, actually, Game 3 Storm Rose, oh my goodness, that was a match.
So walk us through your list and what you were trying to do here, and then I'll tell you what BAA used, and we'll talk about what happened.
Yeah, I think that Stone Rose game was probably the most difficult game in the tournament for us. Out of all the phases, just in terms of like, the matchup was pretty tough for us. It only worked out because we happened to be in a really good position when they started shooting at us, and we got some favorable trades as a result. And I feel like we would not have pulled a win out of it if we didn't make like every possible correct response, movement, target call, etc.
Yeah, the list building phase was also fraught because this buy bracket, we specifically didn't want to deal with assault tanks this tournament because we know that their team has a lot of really good tank pilots. So this one was 164, 77, 65. And the thinking was that we've been previously banned the other high C-bill bracket, but this one we thought, okay, if we have infinite money, we can buy something that can potentially counterpick heavy tank. So we spent like the first like few minutes thinking, okay, like how on like what kind of heavy tanks might they bring, and how would we go about counterplaying it? So we settled on taking a Daishi Echo, Hag 40, Lerm 40, 4 heavy medium lasers, Rio Foxtrot with a bunch of VR ATMs, and an IPOC Uziel to like Gauss jump jets, etc. The idea that we had was basically just to like try and stay at range if they had some, like if they had an assault tank, like if some arrow asset, we would be able to break contact. We wanted to do something more mobile than an assault tank, not have to worry about like jumping off the cliffs.
We had no idea
just-
essentially what they'd be doing during this match because
Pretty much.
there's so many off the wall strategies they like to pull. Like we knew they might take arrows, we knew they might take a long tom, we knew they might take a bunch of hovers like the regulator again. So we were really trying to pick out a list that could potentially survive these things. And it almost didn't work out. Like even the last engagement had to go just right because we had the ER ATM 12 Ryokan, and we were dealing with our min range essentially because we wanted to take advantage of their team being split at the end.
You were on Intersphere side during the tournament?
Correct.
Okay, so you came out and you ended up facing a Fafnir Charlie, 6 medium lasers, 2 T-Bolt 20s, a Partisan Prime, 4 AC5s, and a Catapult Fox with 4 extended range mediums and 2 T-Bolt 15s. I think one of the things that was one of the factors in this was that the Fafnir C had strong radar with Gekum and BAP. I think your list had Gekum, but you guys ended up coming out of your base and you went off on the south side of the map, right?
Yeah, the logic there, since I was the one who made that call, was that, well, we weren't sure like if they would do, like, so they would have some flanker, like, because of the medium buy tiers, like the medium slots were like very conducive to having like some flanking regulator or opponent or whatever, or maybe like some tag asset. So the hope was that like if they had any weird flankers, we'd be able to see it. If they had some like super mobile list, like rush list, we would be able to see it. Because ordinarily what you do is you just kind of go along the eastern ridge and you kind of stay up there. But we knew the enemy would be looking that way. We spent a while kind of on the south side of the map, saw nothing, so we decided to go through mid. Our whole like expectation was that they would probably have something that, if we hadn't seen them yet, was like very, very heavy like missiles or very heavy hit, like a thumper behemoth or something. And we would want to have some kind of cover, and mid offered the most of that. And we eventually made contact with them on the when they were on the eastern side of the map.
And that was something that interesting. You may or may not have heard, but I played yesterday for some reason, and I did, and we played on this map as well. And the team I went on, we went to center, and kind of faced a little bit of a similar thing. That the team we were facing had some interesting range on us. Now you had the advantage of range on them. But I think the interesting thing that
not quite actually, the key point was that their Fafnir had tag on it, so they were able to start throwing their T-bolts at us from like 1,300, 1,400 meters away.
Okay.
So we were able to get some eye poke shots on it, some like us. I think we had got like 1 or 2 volleys before they were able to start doing damage. And then after that, we just was like, oh god, we cannot afford to be in the open against it because those T-bolts will melt me, despite the fact that we took 2 lambs. Just too much. So we were lucky though because we had a wall between us and them. We were able to approach with relative impunity, and we were able to get some trades. I was able to get full hag bursts. Gemek was able to get some jump snipes, things like that.
Now, one thing that Salmon, who was covering the match with me, thought that we both thought was that this match is we think that it might come down. You guys are going to fight at a range that is not the ideal range for either team, and we were just trying to think, okay, well, who has the advantage here if this ends up being like a 600-meter battle? And that's kind of what ended up happening, was because once it was time was starting to run out towards the match. And you guys kind of had to make a decision, and you ended up fighting kind of south of that center base. And 3 minutes left or so with the engagement.
Yep.
How did you decide your approach?
Well, that
acted.
that was a pretty simple call for us because I was aware of what we'd been hitting. I knew the catapult was very, very weak because I'd been hammering him with my extended ATMs. And I knew that the Fafnir had taken some juicy hits from my teammates as well. While the enemy's partisan tank was sort of coming around in front of them to screen the assault mechs, which means that if we ignore him, he basically ends up in the middle or behind us, which we really don't want. So basically I made the call to go around the other side where we would be directly engaging their assault mechs with the tank either in formation with them or better yet behind, which is where I think he ended up being when we found them.
Yep.
The last thing
go head
first into the last thing you want to do is go head first into a fresh slab of HP, like a partisan that hasn't been damaged yet.
And that was a lot of fire going off at once. It was interesting to track all that. But you guys were able to shield your damage and focus your spots. And the interesting thing was, though, at the end of that, it was still a very close battle. And I was telling Salmon at the end of that the long reload times on that Fafnir, had that Fafnir been able to get 1 or 2 more shots off, that battle could have maybe gone the other way. And it was, you did a really good job of adapting in your cohesion as a team. showed pretty well there, because you have time's running out. You're not going to be fighting at your optimum weapons range, and you come out of that gated building and decide to go in there. And I really felt like that was a little bit of a turning point in the battle. The momentum after that map was really starting to go your way.
Yeah, it was also advantageous that we engaged actually as close range as we did, despite the fact that we had some mid-ranged assets, because it meant I could put down like a ton of fire for my heavy mediums. They engaged at like a little under 400 meters, so I could put out all my fire before that arm fell off.
Right. Once we pushed into them like that, I basically wrote off my missiles, and I was more concerned, because I was mostly undamaged, I was more concerned with putting myself in between the enemies and my teammates who had taken some hits.
Physical attack against the Fafnir was glorious.
Yes, I zero throttled him.
Yeah, Salmon pointed that out, and that can be a thing. A Fafnir needs to protect itself. It's a support asset, Invictus tells me, and it has to be able to reload its weapons. And when it's not firing, it wants to show you its arms, its back, its sides, and by zero throttling it, that slows it down and presents a good target. Not too hot on this map, so you guys were 25 degrees. You're able to fire pretty much as you want.
Yep.
As we load into Ice Arena, you had the advantage going in 2-1, and the BAA team decided to go with the C-Bill set 104K, 69K, 48K, and I was slightly surprised on the map choice of Ice Arena. It's a great map, but out of the remaining maps there, I was a bit surprised. Frankly, I was expecting something like Forest Valley, or you had Band Inferno, but I was expecting maybe Forest Valley or Thunder Rift there. But so walk us through your list here. You have the championships possibly on the line. There, if you will, you've got the momentum, and you know that BAA is going to be trying as hard as they can to force a map 5 themselves. 4 weeks of battles culminating into this. Walk us through your list.
Well, I'll just say to start that Thunder Rift was our ace in the hole if we had to go to map 5. That was, we kind of learned our lesson in the round robin not to start on our strongest map, because then we end up losing other games afterwards, and that's not really good. It's easy to lose one map and then come back and get your momentum back, and it's a lot harder to start strong and then stay strong, because that's when your enemy really gets their crap together. At least that was my experience. That said, I was really dreading playing on Ice Planet, because for some reason I just have a hard time on that map. I tend to get caught in a bad position, get caught by a list that counters my picks really hard, and I was pretty stressed about it.
Yeah, there's just so many variable sightlines. Like it can easily become like a short range map, or it can become like if you're able to dodge around stuff in middle. There's lots of rock formations. You can just use the rocks for line of sight and have middle range stuff. Hovercraft are really good here. We also knew that BAA's team was big on, or BAA has deployed Reg F and Epona's flankers to really great effect here. So we were worried about okay, how do we just max it, front load our damage, have something for 900 meter insurance to deal with if there's flankers. So we ended up just going with a bunch of HPBCs, a bunch of T-bolts, AC-10s for top by Atlas to shake whatever they have if they had long range traders. But what actually happened was very unexpected.
Mm-hmm. So you guys ended up the Atlas Charlie, Bushwhacker Fox, and the Uller Delta. A lot of heat there. A cold map at -4. But did you guys run into any heat issues in that engagement?
I had to dump my coolant a lot because I was trying to do as much damage as possible, but that's about it, I think.
And then to counter you, some interesting stuff here. The Awesome Prime, the Shadowcat Charlie, and the Ares Delta, and they ended up refresh my memory. It was in one of the corner of the maps. Was it the northeast?
I want to say it was north, kind of as straight northwest corner of the map. I want to say.
Yeah, they were just east of their main base, up on the map ridge, essentially. And we had gotten to their base, and then we got hit in the back. essentially.
They were watching us.
The interesting thing,
My
they
God.
waited to fire. Salmon and I are sitting there watching the match, and on the stream, I'm on the Shadowcat trying to kind of like, I don't know, reenact this the best that I can. But the interesting thing was that they had two of the mechs in position ready to fire on you. They saw you at coming from the south, like 900 meters away, and they could have unloaded, but they sat there and they waited for the Awesome to get up on the rock formation to fire. And by that time, you were within all of your weapons range.
We were walking away from them, actually. That was the deal. Like, we were kind of sitting, like, we were at that little rock formation, kind of looking into mid, and they were behind us. And I think the idea was because they were all very much based around like 800 meter plus range, they wanted to just like put all their damage on one person's back torso when we were all like out of our optimal weapons range.
They picked the wrong person to do it to, though. They did it to the standard engine Atlas that then turned around and just never showed their back again.
And this ended up being a close fight, and the reason that I bring up, I'm surprised they didn't fire, is because had they landed 1, 2, or even 3 more shots before you guys would have been able to turn around and respond, it was that close of a match that we might have been playing a map 5.
It was. There were a couple of things that the team didn't really do right. One was their initial target call, and the other was that their Ares fell down and had to spend a few seconds like retargeting, and was split up from the rest of its team. So it was able to Liko was able to basically solo the Ares, except for when he shouted at me to kill it when he was having issues.
I got his rear panel down to like 0%, 1% internals, and then he completely shielded it from me. So I was like, Direwolf, just turn and shoot your small laser, please.
Well, that was the interesting.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, that's it.
How can physics be like that?
Well, that was the interesting thing about this, was that during the battle, it looked like from the spectator cam that you guys were actually not everybody was firing on what they could for a little bit there. That there was kind of a break off in the engagement. You guys were focusing really hard on the Awesome, then you switched to the Ares, and damage. What do you call it? Damage spreading was really important in that engagement. I just think that they wanted the element of surprise. Things seemed to kind of break down a bit, and then I think there was just a little bit of chaos there for a little bit while everybody was trying to figure out, we've got these long range things, we're fighting at point blank range, what do we do, you know?
Well, they were in a location where they couldn't really escape or like skirmish to use that range, which I think was a bit of an issue. Like, we had a few hundred meters to close, but once we did, they weren't getting away from us, and we had the stronger list up close.
Well, actually, what they could have done was simply just like went back behind the hill. Like for example, the Shadowcat, their Azatia Shadowcat was like just kind of the reason. Like it was like scaring me a lot because it's just kind of sitting behind a hill, just like peeking with only its arms over cover. So I was like, okay, there's no way in hell we're gonna be able to kill that first. It's just gonna be able to break contact instantly as soon as it sees us shooting at it. But the key there was that they lost their Ares, like it went forward, and it was just not able to contribute its firepower. So it was like, okay, you know what, we just have to push them. Just do as much damage as possible to their range list. And they were not able to like break contact because they would have been sacrificing the Ares. So the Awesome Prime just went down the ridge, went forward, and then we were able to just keep focusing our fire on their whole team.
And the thing with that, even towards the end there, is that while BAA had to wait for weapons to reload and spread damage, and even with the loss of the Ares, they were still landing. They were making good choices with their hits. They were causing enough damage that you guys were having to shield a little bit yourselves. And even there at the end, the Shadowcat was still pretty healthy by the time it was the last thing alive. And it was just interesting. Sam and I were sitting there. Well, this might be the Falcons, but if he want a couple of landed hits, this could get interesting. But you guys did a really good job of once the Shadowcat was left, of finding a way to keep it where you wanted and making your shots count, so that when it made its last few attempts of shots there, you guys were boom on target, and before you know it, you're the champions.
Yeah.
Well, he did overheat during that, so so that had an effect on it too.
We didn't know if it was a crash. As the supervisor, we're like, oh god, it crashed. Well, here we go to another map.
Nope, it was an overheat because I was running up to try and chase him, and I was like, Liko was saying that like, oh my god, he went like up or this way, and I was like, wait a minute, no, he's right here, and he's
Bless,
smoking.
bless the game,
So,
and I'm glad the feature's there. The overheat, the new overheat protection from the past year or so. But as a grizzled vet that refuses to change, the very first thing I ever do when I go into a competitive match, and in a lot of pubs too, I hit the H button.
Yep. Press
Yep.
H to revert heat changes.
Had he not done that, I'm just curious because some of your mechs were pretty damaged at that point. I wonder if he could have gotten a pick. I still think it's your day. I still think you win the battle at that point. But it was just curious. That's the thing about these battles. In a 3v3, there's less room than in a 4v4 or a 10v10 for errors and something like that, like the first contact, the first hits, or overheating or a missed shot. That can be the difference in these really close games.
Oh yeah, every shot counts.
But you guys came in, and let's talk about your story here real quick. Your tournament story. So looking at the challenge bracket from the 3v3, as we move to our second to last segment today. Hey Dyer, you want to run should we do the 3v3? Yeah, Duelist sounds good. So we start playing in this thing. We plan it. Round robin sounds good. And we get to the first weekend, and the Falcons. You had a couple different members take place in the tournament, and the out of the hills, you got out of the blocks, you guys had some tough opponents. In those the first day, the first 4 rounds, you first took on the BAA Guardians, then you took on the Sea Foxes, and then you took on I said it right, yay!
yes. Okay.
And then you guys took on Wolverine's Reborn. And then the fourth one you took on mostly Heartless. That was going to be a tough weekend no matter what, and you guys did well, but what I was really pleased to see, you came in the second weekend and just did so well against your opponents and secured that third spot. Who in the round robin, who were your 2 toughest opponents? What were your 2 toughest matches the first 2 weekends?
Well, without a doubt, it was the second and third place teams, the Wolverines and the Republic Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
We actually lost to both of them in the round robin, which is partly due to us being a little rusty at the start of the tournament, and partly due to some bad calls and misplays on our part, and also our roster being a little unstable that day.
Yeah, I remember very clearly the first 2 rounds of the round robin. I could tell that you could actually point out specific mistakes we made that caused problems or lost us the games.
Yeah, and I mean, in a best of 3, that can go from all right, we only lost 1 game, we're still in this, to oh no, we made 1 mistake and now the set's over. One of my teammates jumped at the wrong time instead of moving forward, and that's it.
You came in the second weekend, and you still all the teams that were there were dangerous, but you came in the second weekend, and you faced the mercenary team who utilized some interesting strategies. 2-1 there. That was a fun one to watch. I think I was there for that one. Then you had to battle the 12th Began Wiesburgers. Then you closed out the round robin facing off the dev team, and any team that has Invictus on it is always going to be an interesting play.
I don't think we played against Invictus.
Yeah,
No,
unfortunately, we didn't get a
absent.
chance to go up against Invictus. I was looking forward to that because he's a very canny drop commander
The sub.
who often uses unconventional tactics, but wasn't going to be.
I remember now. There will be a nameless. There was a nameless person who will remain nameless that had to sub for that.
Nameless sub.
Off.
But you had a really good second weekend, and were able to come in and finish in third place. And if it weren't for the head-to-head against WR, you would have had a shot there at the second seed. And then you came in the second weekend as we moved to the championship bracket. You came into the second weekend expecting to play everything, to play both the championship or the third place game and the semifinals. You came in the semifinals against Wolverines Reborked, and really I think All Shane summarizes that entire match, that you guys had a tough rematch against them. You held your own, but then ultimately on All Shane, they had that thumper, they had that Atlas, and they had that was it a tank or something like that, and
Marauder Echo, IH Chaos Marauder was their third.
Yeah, and a tough battle, but ultimately the time, one team remembered the time limit, the other didn't, and I forgot to remind the teams, and we ended up with a situation. I went back and I looked. There were a couple of different weird things with the makeup of that match, but ultimately what it came down to was that Wolverines were able to actually come back outside of time, and you made a kill, so you won by the carrying assets, but they came back and finished you guys off in one of the best comebacks I've ever seen. But then we went to a map 4, regardless of anything on that map. We went to a map 4. You guys came up over the hill, saw the enemy, and walk us through New Avalon. I seem to remember a certain weapon type being the difference in that one. WR being in the water, and you guys were on the hill.
Hag.
We had a lot, Hag, and also a lot of EATMs. A lot of top 50 meter stuff.
Post game show.
Well,
we've
and
been
also
talking to the champions,
we sort of caught them out of
reviewing the
place
tournament.
that match. Their Shadowcat was off on the southeastern side of the lake, while their Daishi, I think it was still crossing the waters, and it was down in the middle of the lake, so it couldn't escape or get any cover.
Yeah, I was told after the fact that they actually saw us from a distance, and they were trying to go for the low ground and get behind the buildings on the southwestern part of the map before we were able to get in our firing line. But I think what they needed to do is adapt their tactics and basically just turn around and go straight for us.
So anyway, once we got that all straightened out, you came out. Let's the matchup everybody wanted to see in the round robin. After the teams had established themselves the first weekend was what do you guys call it, Thunderdome or something like that, between Wolverines Reborked and BAA Guardians, but the Falcons reminded everybody coming out, hey, we're here to play. You guys got into the finals there, and then your opponent, SJ Mostly Heartless and the BAA Guardians, this was where the tournament had a little bit of a speed bump. Scheduling on that third weekend was interesting. We were able to get it in, but that match took place at 11:30 Eastern time, stateside. So you're like saying, okay, hey, that's not too bad. But for two of the members of one on each team, it was like, in the middle of the night. And so that was interesting, but let's just get down to it. That was decided by a bridge too far. Anybody want to tell our viewers what happened on that Hell's Gate match?
Oh man, that's one of the craziest games of Living Legends I've ever seen.
Which one are we talking about?
The utterly
The
whack
one.
game.
Oh,
Yes.
utterly
one.
whack. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we found
That's
out
how.
that.
When Duelist asked me what my reaction
load
to their
Hell's Gate,
strat
please?
was, that was my exact reaction. I described it as utterly whack, and I still think the description holds, and I'm still amazed that they won. It was a low gravity map. They brought a long tom, which that's a bad combination because the target indicator for the long tom that you aim with is coded for 1G, not for low gravity. It doesn't know how to actually discern what the gravity is on the map or anything like that. So he had no way to reliably aim the thing. And the enemy team...
Yep.
The enemy team basically went to a choke point underneath a bridge that provided a very easy target that was possibly the only place they could have gone where he could really shoot them.
Yeah. I was watching that again recently because I just had to remind, as Liko said, he had to remind himself it was real.
Yeah, the first thing I did the next day was watch it again because I couldn't believe it was real.
Yeah, I just realized that, like, man, there is They definitely saw that like there were impacts happening on that bridge, even if you didn't know about the low grab thing. Like if you just tried going somewhere where you know for sure there wasn't like a guaranteed splash damage you're going to take, would have probably taken it.
Yeah, or I mean, the other thing they could do is count to 8, wait for the long tom to reload, then go right as soon as it fires its 8th shot, you know. But they tried. They tried.
Now,
Yeah, their push was also split. Like all three of their really heavy tanks were on like different routes into the enemy, so they weren't really focusing their fire.
so the interesting thing about both of those matches is they took one of the new 100-ton assault tanks, very dangerous, very powerful, and on the first map it got stuck, and that match ended up being about 3% damage on the enemy team that won. So had it not gotten stuck, maybe that's their day. And then on the second map, the tank kind of got bottled up, and it got stuck towards the end. Once they actually got in to fire on the LT, to fire on the two MK2s, the tank kind of got stuck in an area and wasn't able to push with the final thing. And the crazy thing about that whole match is, from the other perspective, is that they did get one of the big assault tanks in range of under the minimum range of the LT, and against the two MK2s, one of which was very heavily damaged, but the player didn't know that the LT had received the new armor buff since they had last played, and so that was the focus instead of the MK2. And it was just, the semifinals were just crazy rounds due to all their circumstances, and especially you're playing so late at night, and you're using such unique strategies like the BAA team was. They earned the right to be there.
Kids made a valiant attempt.
Yeah.
But
I just wanted to
four of
say,
those teams,
while we're still on the topic of the utterly whack match, that SJ was also split. Like, they weren't all going after the same target.
Yeah, there was also I think one of the really key points is also saying what the two Mark IIs were, because one of them was an up-armored ER-PPC, ER-ATM Mark II, which is dangerous, right? But it's also probably like not very easy to kill. It's a lot less damage than a long tom, which can hit everything on your team at the same time. And the other Mark II was a dual UAC 20 Mark II, which is like probably one of the single, and two SRM6s, which is like some of the single biggest DPS in the entire game. So if you let that thing do its work, it will kill anything, no matter how heavy, no matter how new. And it was able to just get free damage on the 100, like the biggest assets on the SJ team, like completely uncontested.
Exactly.
For like solid 20 seconds.
Once they got out of the bridge and were able to start attacking, one of the terrain
shoot it.
got in the way, and one of the tanks just kind of got caught up. But that'll be a match that lives in infamy. And if you were on the side that won, it's one of the greatest things that's ever happened. If you're on the other side, well, yeah, we'll see you in the third place game. So anyway, that we had to cover that. It had to be covered, and we had to cover the All-Shin match as well, because those are
Wasn't there some kind of drama before that match? Like they were talking about how powerful the 100-ton tanks were, and then
there was
because of that they built their list specifically to try and counter them.
Yes. Basically that.
There was some crazy 4-dimensional mind games going on there.
That was an interesting match, but the reason that we bring all these semifinals up is because that was a crazy Saturday, and I slept the better part of Sunday. Let's just leave it at that. But we were able to get the matches in. We were still able to get in the other scheduled event that day, that Sunday, and so we came in today knowing that we would have things scheduled, knowing that we would confirm everything, and we've covered the matches from today. But that's how your team got here. That's how the Guardians got here, and so let's move to the. We need to thank some people, and we need to tell some people. We need to do some plugs for some of the people in here for some of their upcoming stuff. So I'll start. This event would not have been possible without all these people, but I can tell you right now that Direwolf was a gigantic, massive part of this, and many of the core ideas, the core things that we did, and many of the things that, oh, I have an idea. Well, hang on a sec, Duelist. How about we do this or that, and just kind of kind of fix it up. Direwolf has been an excellent partner in this and would not have been possible without him. He and I have been talking behind closed doors and in chat and other places for the better part of probably September, on and off, planning this. And well, we certainly would have loved to have had it been done in 2 weekends or 3 weekends, 4 weekends, but we finished it. That's the important part. So first off, thank you, Direwolf. My goodness, you've been an excellent partner in this, and let's do this again sometime. You and I doing an event together.
Also, while you're lavishing praise on me, I have to now also turn to Rick Hunter, who also has been like extremely helpful. I've been talking with him a lot to get things like the back end for the setup, having like all this, like not only hosting the servers but also like being able to change maps really quickly, having like even on really short notice, like throwing up the servers, changing the maps in rotation, and also having systems where you can view everybody's buys after the fact has been like truly invaluable for getting this running. And if it weren't for his endless patience, this probably wouldn't have happened.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and absolutely, we've had Rick in there hanging out with us and providing support, and he even played in the event. That was awesome to see him come in. I was expecting 1 ping though. He didn't have 1 ping. I'll have to ask him about that. How can you host a server and not be in the same physical location as it? I smell a conspiracy theory. All right, and then Bird Thing has been just invaluable. All the graphics that we've used, posters and mentions on the Living Legends social media channels, and hanging out right now on the stream. Thank you very much there. Same thing with Lico, the community manager of Living Legends, also has been helping out, doing those things as well, and has brought his team in, and you know, the team captains, this is going to take a minute because there's 8 teams, but this was, I think it's fair to say that the team captains had a really big part in this tournament, and BAA for the Guardians. I want to say Bob or Dimos. I was never quite sure with that, with the Wolverines Reborked. It was really great to see them back and organized play after a while of. And then the Jade Falcon guards, Lico and Dyer there, and then Architect bringing SJ back from the dead for a while, and doing that, and then also Joey on this last weekend. The dev team, I don't think Invictus. Who was the drop commander on the dev team? That's a good one. Was that Andrew?
I think Andrew did the bans, but Invictus was doing a lot of the building and drop commanding from what I was spectating them anyway.
I would expect it to be somewhat shared.
Yeah.
Invictus likes to kind of do his own thing in drops.
And then we put together a Merc team that was just like, hey, you 3 say you want to play, great. Here's your team, Jufos. And then the 12th
Perseus and Morbo. They were fantastic. Yes, Morbo and Perseus Jufos were really fantastic, even if they're
Connoisseurs de Urban Mech.
Yes, great acronym. Just they did a lot of really cool stuff. It was great to see them play.
And then Kentax, I think, on the first weekend, and then Snow Gibbon on the second weekend for 12. Rick Hunter probably was doing some stuff in there as well, and then finally
and Hiroshima.
Clan C Fox. Oh, Hiroshima as well. Yeah, they probably shared a lot of that in there. Clan C Fox, Rapid Attack, 6 Trainer, Resk, who is not Clan Jade Falcon, but we're working on something with that. I confuse those 2 acronyms a little bit, so we're
pretty much the entire tournament. We were Clan C Fox, and they were Clan Jade Falcon.
It's 1 letter difference.
Yeah.
CJF, CSF.
Same deal.
Now, so thank you to all the captains, and if you enjoyed commanding, keep an eye out for, well, on my end, let's not call it next year's 3v3, but let's say the next big one. There's been some ideas thrown around in the past of having a drop commander-centric thing. What the hell does that mean? We'll worry about that next time. A special thanks to Andrew and Invictus and Lico and all the other leaders of of the volunteer development team that make Mechwarrior Living Legends possible. In case you didn't know, development from the original Wandering Samurai team ended due to various reasons in January 2013, and I did my part where I could, working with other awesome people to keep a player base going. But then one day somebody popped up and said, "Wait a minute." And things happened, and now you've had continuous development since around releases since October of 2016, and so without them we wouldn't have a game. Liko, can you give us a little bit of a review of how people could play Living Legends and some of the things that were in the latest patch?
Thanks for asking, Duelists. Mechwarrior Living Legends is a totally free multiplayer game that you can find at mechlivinglegends.net. It's free, totally free, not free to play. We don't want your money. It's a wonderful game. It's the most varied and competitively balanced multiplayer game that the BattleTech intellectual property has ever seen, and I highly encourage anyone listening to try it out if you have not already done so.
And a special thanks on a little bit more of a smaller aspect in terms of specifically for SJ. We had Silvercraft come in at last minute on our very final match. I've always considered Silvercraft, whenever he wants to be an honorary SJ, but he's always been one of the best mercenaries. And it was wonderful to play along his side again, coming in and helping us out yesterday. And then also, oh my goodness, Architect and Joey, thank you very much for, and Kidson, thank you all very much for helping Smoke Jaguar have a presence in this. It's been wonderful to watch, and it's great when you have a unit like I do that still every now and again, hey, there's an opportunity to play, let's go. And Pat.
Someone asked on the stream how to get to the Discord. There's a link on the launcher.
Yep,
Up
you
at
can
the
either click the button in the in-game launcher or just go to discord.me/MWLL and you'll be able to get a link that way.
Awesome sauce. And like I was saying, it was just great to see SJ out there, and never say never again for SJ still doing some things in the community. So, but that on a personal note, that was just wonderful to see. And the goal, folks, I stepped away from the game for a while last year, and I'm glad to be able to come back for a little bit and run some things. And it was a personal goal of mine to come in and run one more excellent 3v3. And with the help of all these people, it was possible, and we worked out the kinks. All the other 3v3 champions, congratulations to you. All of the other 3v3 tournaments were awesome, but this one really was a big success, and will always hold a special place for me when I think back on my involvement in Living Legends. But we've got some things coming up for you. Direwolf and Carbonell are always running for Direwolf the Merc Open Nights, and then the invitationals for Carbonell, and then I've still we held the Chaos March in August. We held it again in October on Halloween. That was pretty scary. And I and the rest of the event runners have got some things coming up for you here in December, so be sure to check out the schedule now that the 3v3 is over. Finally, it's over, guys. It's over. Finally. But we've got some things coming up for you. And Liko, when was the very first release? Was it of Living Legends? What year and month was that?
I believe it was Christmas in 2009.
So 11 years ago.
Yeah.
So last year,
over a decade. Wow. Last
year we celebrated 10 years. This year we're celebrating 11 years. I think we should have an event party or something. We'll get back to you on details. Even Direwolf, who I've been talking to about all this, is like, okay, Duelist has a crazy idea for an event, and he hasn't even told me what it is yet. So keep an eye out for that. And Dyer, you're still working on your schedule, but you've got some things coming up this month as well, I think.
Mostly I think I'm taking a little bit of a break. So mostly it's like if there's any spaces in the schedule, then I'll try and put something in. But for the most part, I don't really have anything scheduled. I'm going to be mostly leaving the floor open for you and for any invitationals for Carb, since he has also a bit of a busy month through the holidays.
Yep.
And we probably
Yeah.
won't know if he'll be hosting stuff for another week or so.
Mechwarrior Living Legends is probably going to be relatively quiet for the remainder of 2020, which is only a few weeks now, and we'll probably get revved up again after the new year.
Except for CM stuff. So that's to be looked forward to. I'll be excited
Yep.
for it.
And you know, I'll give you guys the teeniest bit of a preview for long-term plans for me when and if we get there. It's not impossible for you know what? I still have to be secretive about it, but keep an eye out. My plans have always wanted to end the run with this big tournament, which we just did, and then just kind of check in on the future and just pop in every now and again. But some things are happening with stuff that we've never had access to before with Living Legends that might make something that's always been a dream of mine possible to run for a couple of weeks in the future. So we'll see. Keep an eye out. But CM has been on hiatus for a little too long. I'll leave it at that. So anyway, folks, this has been the 3v3 tournament. We're going to do this one more time. I'm going to invite these guys in and other people in later this week, and we're going to have a script and recorded videos ready to go so that we can do maybe, I'm thinking like the top 10 matches of the tournament and maybe do an hour of coverage. But I told these guys I'd have them here for half an hour. Here we are 59 minutes later. We've got 30 seconds. Real quick, what was the best thing that happened during this tournament for everybody?
Well, it's honestly impossible for me to say any single best thing. I'd just like to say that I played some of the best games of Mechwarrior of my entire life, and I saw some of the craziest games that I've ever seen. It was an amazing tournament, probably the best organized event that we've ever had since before the development shut down way back in version 0.7.
Yeah, and for me, just hearing people say things like that was my highlight, because oh my god, we ran something that worked well. God bless.
We finished it. A tournament finished.
And people were happy at the end of it. Hooray. Okay. That's my highlight.
All right. Viewers.
For me, it's probably our Jade Falcon's first tournament first place. I think usually we end up losing to Star Adder.
Rip Star Adder, please show
There
us.
is no
again.
Star Adder.
Never say never
Return
on
to
that
tournaments,
because
damn
they
it.
were signed up. They were signed up.
Glarg,
at one point.
Carbonell, Kaze, if you three are listening to this, I expect you to kick my butt in the next tournament.
Please. Thank you.
And while we're throwing things around, hey SJ comp team, we almost made it to the championship. Can you guys come play next time, please?
Set your goddamn alarms, please.
Come on, Proxima, who else? Kids in, Rook Zero. Those three could have gone to the semifinal, definitely.
Kids in,
Crushed it.
Kids in, we got you. And wherever you're at listening to this, we thank you for fighting at 5:30 in the morning and putting up with some of our very interesting strategies. But folks, it's time to wrap this up. On behalf of Direwolf and everybody else that's on the what do we want to call it, the events council, we thank you. This has been great. This has been one of our biggest accomplishments we've ever been able to do. And you know, the drop calc, all the people that have helped make that happen along, that still played a role for us, and it was a good tool, and I'm glad we've been able to get that updated. And all those people, finally, all those people that do all those stats at the end of the release and send that my way, so it's easy for me to update all the meta information.
Blessed Rick the Stick.
Thank you. Wiki team, you're awesome. And anybody we forgot, we just ran out of time. Folks, this has been the 3v3 tournament, finishing in 4th place. SJ Mostly Heartless, finishing in 3rd place. Wolverines Reborn, finishing in 2nd place. BAA Guardians. And the folks in the channel, the Jade Falcon Guards, are your champions of the 2020 tournament. We will see you soon for more events, maybe even next week. So keep an eye out. And for the 3v3 big one, we'll have more in the future. But folks, this is it. We're signing off. We'll see you all for the event review show coming up later in the week. But for now, let's say goodnight, champions.
Adios.
Good
night, everybody.
User disconnected from your channel.
This has been the 3v3 tournament. It's over. It's wonderful. I've got to get back to real life now.